All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. Hope everybody's doing well today. We have quite a bit to go over and discuss here today. Let me head back over here. Good morning, good afternoon. What is going on? Irfin's like, brother. Irfin's like, I'm coming for you, brother. Irfin, what's going on, man? Read what Moon Studio Dev said. So yeah, I want to Sparky Nuts. You're talking about something. I think I hold on. You're talking about a response that I had to somebody. So I want to point this out really quick. Somebody says, well, here, I should have had, hold on. I'm ill prepared. Hang with me. Okay. Hang with me. A few things going on. We got drama. All right. Nicodemus, what's up, man? Yeah, let me bring this up. Because I do want to make something abundantly clear here. While you guys are patiently waiting for me to get my shit together, please take a moment, hit that like button. But what about Sony? I was so close to just naming the stream, but what about Sony? I was so close. All right. So I want to show this real quick, okay? There's a whole situation that went on here where, let's see if I can. Yeah, where Reno, no ill will towards him whatsoever. I don't even follow him. He's like a chill dude. But some misinformation. Mega iPod Music, thank you for gifting a membership, my friend. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, if you guys want to support, consider becoming a member, gifting memberships, super chats, all that good stuff. Direct donations. But yeah, this is what came out. And I want to preface all of this really quick. Okay? It's important that I preface all of this. So this morning when I was on Reddit, what is on my something on my face? Sorry. Very distracted right now. I was on Reddit, the PS5 subreddit, which has like millions of, followers. And there was this report. It was like rumor Sony is going to be closing studios and there's going to be like mass layoffs at PlayStation. And I'm like, oh shit. Okay, let's go investigate here. Who's getting shut down? What's going on? Where's this coming from? And what I had realized after clicking on this post is that the source was a French journalist that for the last like 24 hours has been talking about the Xbox situation, but also pointing out that it's not just Xbox, it's Bethesda. It's not just Bethesda, it's also Don't Nod and Quantic Dream. And basically highlighting that, there are going to be other entities and other studios that are going to be in trouble. But I was like, but where does he talk about Sony? And I traced it back as far as I can. I dug as far as I could, and I could not find anything from him saying anything about Sony. Okay? So when I see this report from Reno, says, well, let me show you the whole thing. Okay. Okay. Oh, he deleted it. Okay. Well, he said, report Sony's PlayStation Studios is reportedly set to be hit with more layoffs and studio closures in the beginning of July. Studios like Haven, Bend, and Media Molecule may possibly be targeted with layoffs at Bungie, since all four have been, facing issues. And this was, I was like, God damn, okay, I guess the hammer's coming down for Sony too, multiple studios potentially being closed. But it turns out that, like, if I click this here, hopefully it'll show it. It's not going to show it. It turns out that so this person says, this is crazy because, and he tags the French journalist, I'm not going to try to say their name, I'll butcher it, said, never said anything. in this post. Like basically highlighting like this guy never said a word about PlayStation. Like he didn't say anything about Sony. And so the French journalist actually came out and said, "Yep. Yeah, like I didn't he's confirming he didn't say this." Now, the reason why it's kind of a big deal is because Reno's post started to trend. It started to trend. And suddenly, next to all of these reports that are coming out about Ninja Theory closing and all these other studios closing, now suddenly you see a new headline, Sony's getting ready to shut down studios. And yeah, as somebody who covers PlayStation, I'm like, God damn it, what's going on here? Just to find out that there's nothing. The only thing we've heard, and this needs to be made very clear, so everybody's prepared. The only thing we've heard is that Sony's getting ready to gut Bungie. Are other PlayStation studios potentially going to be affected? Probably. I mean, who knows what will happen to Bend, Media Molecule, but the point here is there are no reports for any studios outside of Bungie, and that Bungie report came weeks ago. Okay? This, to me, once again reveals, because here's what we have to ask. Where did this come from? I'll tell you where it came from. It came from the PlayStation 5 subreddit. Someone went out of their way to just make something up, throw it out there into the ether. Well, actually, out into the PS5 subreddit, so it started to gain traction. And people in the replies were like, where's this coming from? And then before you know it, boom! Headlines are being written. Now, it's not just Xbox that's trending for the shit hitting the fan. It once again successfully turns into, but what about Sony? But yes, it's important to know that right now there are no reports about Sony. Now, does this mean? Now, let's not mix things up now, people. Okay? Let's not mix things up. Because you know you're going to get the re-rees on Twitter. They're going to be like, well, you just wait, NBD. You just wait, because they're gonna have some layoff too, and they're gonna close studios too. It's like, wow. Wow. Do you hear that, guys? Sony may actually lay off some employees as well. They may even shut down more studios. It's almost like we've been talking about that for like, I don't know, 2 years straight. But if you want to know, reports you see right now circulating, claiming that multiple studios are potentially going to be shut down by Sony, there is no source for that. If you want to speculate that. There is no source. So you're saying I waited long. 8 years later, finally another green MBG thumbnail. We're so back to 2018 Xbox. MBG, baby. Thank you, So You. Yes, you've been here a very long time. I appreciate that. Mustafa says, but what about Sony, MBG? And ironically, we will talk about Sony. I will tell you about Sony. Leo's like, what did I miss? So I want to highlight this too. This person says, you literally cover Sneakers SO in your last video, bro. Okay? Now, here's the thing about Sneakers SO. Okay? Like, let's just fucking, I don't know this guy. I'm never going to know him. I have nothing to defend here. Okay? Why do people talk about this man? I'm assuming it's a man. As if he didn't get numerous things correct about Xbox and got like one thing wrong. Like, can we just fucking be real for a second? No, we don't want to do that. We're not going to do that. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's take it even further. Can we be real enough to acknowledge that every fucking insider has been wrong at certain points along the way? Nate the Hate's been wrong. Jeff Grubb's been wrong. Hell, I think even in the past, Jason Schreier even got a couple things, a little thrown off. No, what people don't like about Sneakers SO is that he fucking hates Microsoft. And guess what? You're allowed to not like this guy for that reason. But people are trying to make it seem like if you follow anything this person says, you're following a blatant liar. And I'm like, you can trace this person's posts back to fucking 2013, where he's gotten numerous things correct. That's not me defending this man. That's me telling you a fucking fact. Has he gotten things wrong? Well, guess what? Yes, he has. And we've covered that. Okay? We've covered that. But we're also going to cover the things he got right. We're going to cover the things he gets right. This isn't about covering fake fucking leaks. Like, people are trying to equate somebody like Sneakers SO coming out and giving us insight into what may be going on behind the scenes at Microsoft. They're trying to equate that to somebody coming out and making up literal lies of this journalist said this when in fact you can't find it anywhere because it was never fucking said. Okay. Okay. This is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with. Oh, yeah, and let's not forget, by the way, good old Tom Warren, reliable Microsoft insider. Wait, hold on. Who was it that said Sneakers SO actually knows what he's talking about? Who keeps bringing up Millier? When have we covered Millier? Like, are you fucking retarded? Benjamin? When's the last time I covered Millier? When's the last time you saw me source that person? People are like, who even is this? Oh, wait, by 2021? Like, come on, bro. Give me a fucking break. What is it with these people? They just want to see me lose. That's all it is. They're like, nah, MBG, you can't be right. Well, I've had it. I'm done. But here, I want to correct something. I realize I misspelled something. Hold on. Look. Look. I said here, yes, I will be covering him again. See, I love this. I love how, like, reading comprehension, they cannot comprehend. So basically what this person was asking is, so you're going to keep covering Sneakers SO? I said, yes, I will be covering him again in reference to the Xbox executive shutting down his claim. In other words, yes, I'm going to come out here and tell you that Sneakers SO said this about exclusives, and then an Xbox executive responded by saying that's not true. I followed up by saying, we can definitely trust Xbox executives. Right? Oh, you're saying you're going to trust a leaker? That you're going to trust the Sneakers SO guy over the executives? Yeah. What are you, like, how fucking stupid do you have to be in the year 2026 following Xbox to be like, I believe that? Do you hear that? Do you hear what Matthew Ball just said? Do you hear what Asha Sharma just, I believe that. Benjamin Evans is like, that's me. That's me, MBG. That's me. Well, I'm glad you're here, Benjamin. But get it together, man. Yes, I will be covering the fact that Matthew Ball said, hey, that report, the reports you're hearing about us already thinking about reversing exclusivity, not true. Gee, that's funny. Has anything ever been true for Xbox? Has anything they've ever said ever been true? It's a complete and utter shit show on a level that we have never seen in gaming. And I swear to God, bro, I wake up and it's like, MBG though, man, like, what about Sony, man? What about Sony? Like, what about Sony? And it's like, yeah, you know what? Fuck what's going on at Xbox. Oh, they just shut down Ninja Theory? I don't give a shit about that. I don't want to hear nothing about Ninja Theory. I don't want to hear it. I need to talk to you guys about Bungie. Because we haven't done that already all year long. Oh my God, dude. Steeler says all they do is lie. MBG, the thing about Millier with the $800 million for the initiative, which Oh, what you? So I mentioned it in passing. Yeah, but I didn't say that that was true. I saw that floating around, and yes, Jason Schreier did say like that's fan fiction, and it does sound unbelievable. It's like 800 million, dude. You're getting close to $1 billion. But it was so funny because people were like, "Oh, Concord's been dethroned," and I'm like, "Come on, bro. What are we doing? We're trying to dethrone Concord out here." Michael Wernick comes in and drops 10 member gifts. 10 member gifts onto the community. Michael, thank you so much, man. I was like, something's missing in this stream. Michael's missing. Corey's also missing. Hopefully Corey will show up. Corey's getting like telepathic signals sent to his brain right now. He's probably sleeping. Or not sleeping. He's probably doing something. He's like losing track of time. He's like, I sense a disturbance. MBG must be very... it's almost like he can hear me in his head, you know? Shadowlink hears me, though. Shadowlink comes in, drops another 10 member gifts on you guys.
Holy
Boom, back to back. 10 and 10. That makes 20 because we are good at math here. All right? Actually, it makes 21 because we have one, so bad at math. I really appreciate that, Shadowlink. Thank you. And I also have a direct donation from Titus. He says, I came back from vacation on Sunday, and watched your last streams. What a crazy week. Please don't let these people trigger you so much. I'm not triggered. I want to make it clear that, like, this isn't dead serious. Like, it used to be serious. Now it's just fun. Right? Like, because it's like, I've submitted. I accept. No amount of frustration is going to change the way the internet is. So I now embrace it. Okay, so I'm not actually triggered. I'm not actually that stressed. If anything, this is just good. You know, this is me getting my energy. I haven't been able to work out lately. I looked mad yesterday. Maybe I'm just a good actor. You ever think about that? Huh? You know, I was in a play in second grade. You know, I was in Romeo and Juliet in second grade. I played the villain. I did so good. They were like, "Yo, this guy's got to go to acting school." They literally told my mom that. They're like, send him to acting school. He's going to be an actor. It's just therapy. It's just therapy. Just enjoy the ride, guys. Enjoy the ride. And let me add those member gifts to the count here. I am passionate. I am. I am deeply passionate about this stuff. But, you know, the thing I'm most passionate about is trying to fathom the insanity of it all. I feel like I'm in Bloodborne, you know? I'm in Bloodborne. It's like that moment in Bloodborne when you get enough insight and you walk by that church and you see the giant spider creature on it and you're like, is that shit there the whole time? Anybody else seeing this right now? I feel like that. I basically feel like that half the time. Okay? We need to talk. Listen, we got to talk about these topics, though, because I upset people so much, and I swear to God, I'm not trying. Like some people I am, but a lot of times I realize I'm not trying, and it's like, why am I making people this angry? I'm not trying. I'm just being sincere. I'll talk to you about what I mean in a second. I'm going to have to get the hell yeah, brother. I'm coming for you, brother. I'm going to have to get that soundbite. It was at Hulk Hogan. It's got to be Hulk Hogan, right? Listen, I have the Macho Man Randy Savage soundbite, but I promised myself I only play that when people drop 50s. It's too long. If I play it any other time, it's like, bro, come on. Half your stream's just going to be Randy Savage, the same quotes. Gotta temper it a little bit. Shadowlink says, a little bit of Microsoft magic for us to talk about. And he's laughing, saying, so many people who saw the writing on the wall just to overlook the obvious, so sad. Well, make no mistake, Shadowlink, I have some things in the works of my own. Because if all these people who think that they're just going to hang on to the receipts, we're just going to hang on to the receipts for MBG here, because anytime we want to put him in his place and remind him, you're just a Sony pony fanboy. Well, you know what? Let's show the whole thing. I'm going to have my own. All right? To be clear, they're going to be clips of me. I'm going to be out here reminding people like, hey, if you're saying this, make sure you see this too. You want to know what I said? Here's what I said. Okay? Don't miss that. I know you want to. Kane Z7 comes in. He drops 5 member gifts on you guys. And Shadowlink somehow gifted himself again. Congratulations, Shadowlink. You gifted yourself. How does that even, that's crazy that does that. Many times, like, we got 25 gifts and I got nothing. Kane, thank you so much. That's basically me today. So we are at 26. Guys, let's push for 50. I believe in you. I believe in you like I once believed in Microsoft, except the difference is you guys aren't going to let me down because you never have. All right. What are all these notifications? All right. Let's get down to it here. We're gathered here today to talk about why Xbox sucks. All right? I'm kidding. I'm partially kidding. Xbox really does kind of suck right now, okay? And we need to talk about this because so there was something that came out after I finished streaming yesterday that we talked about this like during the stream. And it was like, oh, do you think Ninja Theory is safe? And I said, yeah, of course. Like of course they're safe. They just announced a new game. Like, what studio announces a new game and then gets shut down, especially when that game is coming out just 1 year later? But then again, I was reminded we're talking about Microsoft here. May I remind you, we're talking about Xbox. All right. Come on, Clark. Come on. Okay, you too. That's fine. Come on. Got to feed the beast, and I'm going to read these super chats. All right, Clark's first up. Michael, you're saying, if you love this channel, show some love. Spread the gospel of MBG. Like, share, sub, jewel or gift. He puts jewels before gifts. By the way, Michael, I saw that you dropped some jewels yesterday. I don't know how big it was. I don't know how much it was worth, but thank you for that. YouTube still doesn't tell me, so thank you. And yes, spread the good word. Xbox is dead. Celebrate in the streets. I'm just kidding. People don't think I'm kidding. That's why I just embrace it now. Like, it was never a joke for some people. So I only have one option. Embrace it. Blonde, you're saying Arcane, very happy if they get ganked in the 360 era. I thought they would be a studio to patch games instead. Made games with ugly graphics and bad mechanics. Damn. Dude, Vlun just came in and was like, oh, I hear that Arcane might die. Good. That's crazy, bro. I mean, I'm seeing some crazy reactions out here from people. I'm not going to lie. But hey, speak your truth, Speak your truth. How tall am I? I'm 6'6". Kane G7, you're saying, don't know if you know X-Vault Gaming. He comes with some good Xbox receipts from the higher-ups and the blank fans blank about all the lies. I think I've seen something of his before. Somebody, I think it was in reference to Starfield. Ray's like, I'm watching you, Lund. Yeah, every time I hear about Arcane now, I'm like, Ray's going to have a meltdown, dude. But I want to talk about the studio that I'm most shocked to hear about. So just to recap everything. Oh, hold on. Looks like we got something literally coming out right now. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Irfan. Yeah, so let's just cover this really quick. Okay? I want to bring this up again. Jimmy Mack says Xbox is closing studios, cutting fat. I think it's fine. Sucks for all affected, but it's something Phil should have done. He mismanaged the brand. Well, that's the thing here, Jimmy Mack. Like, we haven't... If I'm, like, cooling it on the over-the-top, like, Xbox sucks and we hate them, if I'm cooling it on that and I'm just giving an honest assessment, we haven't really evaluated what the future could look like in a more positive way after this. It's hard to do that. Like, people don't want to do this, and it makes sense why you don't want to do this, because it just looks bad. It's like, oh, damn, studios are closing, and they're shutting them down and laying off hundreds, maybe thousands of people. I think this is going to be good. Like, it comes off as, like, oh, come on, man. My ire with Xbox in this situation, and I know I'm far from the only one who feels this way, Stop. I'm not 4 foot. My ire is directed so heavily at Microsoft because it's like, you not only fucked up, but you gaslit the entire gaming industry and governments into thinking this definitely wasn't going to happen. And then the ire is also directed at the fans, that they're like, some of the fans maybe are the first ones to be like, well, maybe this can be a good thing. This is something that's can be good because it's been a long time coming. And I'm like, it just should have never happened in the first place. Like, it's so easily, this is why I tell people, like, you guys just wait till I make my supercut. You wait until I make my supercut of me crashing out on Sony PlayStation over the years. Oh God, Concord's going to be all over the place there. But it's like, when I would look at Sony and I'm like, so let me get this straight, Herman and Jim. You took a big landmine, big one, probably that's meant for a tank, right? And you placed it here. And literally all that needed to happen was one person walk up to you and be like, don't walk over it. Don't step on that. Don't do it. Don't ride over that, okay? Just go around it. Or you know what? Just don't even place it to begin with. And that didn't happen. And they're just like, no, we're just going to ride over it. We believe this landmine we're placing will not explode. And I'm like, okay. Well, when Concord is the biggest flop in the world and the studio instantly dies and you're literally canceling the game after releasing it to the point where you are refunding people, all I can pray is that there's been a valuable lesson learned here. Next up, Horizon Hunter's Gathering. But that's the thing. Microsoft did that on such a grander scale. It's like, this is crazy. This is crazy. It's like putting down a nuclear bomb and being like, what if we just like ignored all of the industry professionals and all of the pundits that actually know what they're talking about and just convince everybody this is going to work? It's like, brother, you planted a nuclear bomb. Like, you brought it in. You know, like, Microsoft is basically Fat Man. Like, come on. Like, did anybody think Fat Man's plan was going to work? No, nobody did. Nobody. There's legitimately some people right now being like, who the fuck is he talking about? Titus, you're saying MBG, where are the promised green lights in the background? I thought you wanted to become an Xbox channel. Good point. I'm going to get right on that. You know what I should have done? I should have had some like Xbox showcase playing in the background on my TV. Yeah, that would have been funny. I could do that right now. But I don't know if I want to take things that far. I got you though, Titus. There we go. Although, that doesn't look very green. Now it just looks blue. What the fuck's going on? Awful. Terrible. You can't even see it. Can't even see it. It's because there's blue lights back there, too. I'm quitting PlayStation, by the way. All right? I've had enough. When I say I'm quitting PlayStation, I don't mean I'm quitting playing PlayStation. I'm going to rebrand the channel. Okay? I'm literally renaming my channel Mental Breakdown Gamer. I'm not kidding. This is not a joke. And I'm going to play on PlayStation. That's what I'm going to cover mostly. Like, I'm not going to hide my bias. But I'm going to be Mental Breakdown Gamer. And I just need people to get off my sack. Every time I want to cover something that's not Sony, they're like, well, look at your background. I'm like, I know, I see it. All right? I get it. But I'm take it down. I'm taking down the shrines, boys. It's time to Time to leave the cocoon. All right. Ao Kiyoshi, or sorry, hold on. I missed the Steelers. He says people would be shocked how many studios closed throughout the 90s and 2000s. Closures have always happened in this medium. What Microsoft is doing is different. And you're right about that. That's why I said, Steelers, see, you get it. Like, the problem is, it's the scale. It's like they just went scorched earth and said, fuck it, we don't care what the consequences could be, and neither should you. And anybody who tried to warn what the consequences could be were shunned or treated like, what's wrong with you, you damn Sony pony haters? Don't, like, why are you being so anti-consumer? And I'm like, you don't understand. You're being played like a fucking fiddle by a multi-trillion-dollar corporation. Please look in the mirror. Please, I beg you. Wake up. Some people still aren't waking up. The amount of people are so gaslit. They're permanently gaslit. I'm serious. It's so bad. It's so bad that even today I'm still saying, but what about Sony? And I'm like, you cannot be helped. You cannot be helped. I'm sorry. You're going down with the ship. Ao Kiyoshi, you're saying, MBG, have you heard that GTA 6 gameplay leaked and Take-Two blocked it? Apparently it's legit. Uh-oh. No, I have not heard that. What? I believe that they blocked it. I haven't seen a word about that. Worst time. Hold on. Yep. Sneakers SO is about to get played. Not played, exposed. Hold on. Now there's drama going on with the... Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, guys. I'm thrown off because I went to the Gaming Leaks Rumor subreddit. There's nothing about GTA. There's all this weird shit coming out now. Shit's going down. I see a post that was made 50 minutes ago. According to Special Nick, he claims to know who Sneakers SO is. Okay. Okay. Like, it's getting that serious now. It's like, I'm gonna expose this motherfucker. I'm gonna put his ass out there. Let him get sniped. Damn. It's me. It's me. It was always me. I'm just kidding. How cool would that be, though? How fucking funny would that be? Sneakers SO is MBG this whole time. It would really make you question what Tom Warren said. All right, hold on, though. There's something else. So there's an update with the PlayStation layoffs thing. It's been posted here. PlayStation layoffs were a misunderstanding, ? French journalist responds to the rumored PlayStation layoffs. Somebody says, so it's what I posted. This is crazy because he never said anything about the post. He says, yep. People are questioning who this guy is. Who the fuck is this guy in reference to the French journalist? He had a post about a bunch of Microsoft Studios, BioWare stuff, and Quantic Dream being in danger. Somebody says he also said Bethesda and id Software were in danger. It seems like nobody knows who this guy actually is. Here we go again. Here we go again. It's happening again, guys. I'm gonna punch air. All right, I think I'm a little bit behind on super chats. Give me 1 second to catch up with this. We also have... So, yeah, Ao Kiyoshi, I just want to let you know, man, I haven't heard a word about the GTA 6 leak gameplay. I don't know if there's any truth to any of that. Like, you telling me this is the first time hearing of it. So, if it did leak... Titus, stop it. If it did leak, and if it's true that Take-Two Interactive took it down, they must have been on that shit, because I haven't heard a word. And I've just been compulsively scrolling on the internet, so... I'm not sure where you heard it, to be honest. Michael says, Michael actually typed this blasphemous... How could you say this? He says, MBG, I've been having fun with Grounded, to be honest. I kind of feel dirty. You should. Cleanse yourself, Michael. You must cleanse. Blund, you're saying, get an Xbox hat and hoodie. I may as well. I may as well, dude. You know what? I'm gonna do one better. I'm gonna have to get some cardboard cutouts. I'm gonna have to get a Herman Hulst cutout. Should I get a Phil Spencer cutout, or is it like maybe not anymore? Mark Cerny cutout is a must. We also have a super chat from Kane Z7, and he says, to me, the weird thing is, why would Matthew Ball lie about all this stuff? It makes no sense. That's the thing, Kane. So I want to make something clear. And Newsall, I'm going to read your super chat, but I want to make this clear. When we talk about executives lying, there's something that must be understood. You have to understand business. You have to understand business politics. If you don't understand this, then yes, it's going to be a little bit confusing and the terminology is going to be all over the place. When we talk about executives lying, what we're really acknowledging is that it basically falls back to what Asha Sharma said, which is probably the most candid thing she ever said, which is the plan is the plan until it's not. If you want to know what she really told you there, is you can't really hang on to anything we say because it can change at a moment's fucking notice. And I feel like if you've been following Microsoft and Sony this generation, you absolutely should know that by now. But this is why when people are like, but here's what Matthew Ball said. Here's what so-and-so said. I'm like, yeah, great. Get back to me when that changes. May I remind people, see, this is where the psychosis comes in. This is where the fucking psychosis comes in, where guess what? Hanging on to anything these executives say is the equivalent of hanging on to anything insiders say, because they're going to, you're at equal chance of getting screwed over. Do I really need to remind people that this is the same company that came out just 9 months ago? I was like, console doesn't matter. Everything's an Xbox. We're launching all of our games on PlayStation and Switch, and we're putting Halo over there because when we all play, we all win. And I get that people are like, well, there's new leadership in now. It doesn't matter. They're not running anything. Like, they're under Microsoft's boot, just like Phil, just like Sarah, just like Don Matrick. They're under Microsoft's boot. You know when things could really change? If Microsoft does spin Xbox off. If Xbox becomes its own thing separate from Microsoft, then I'll tell you, maybe pay a little bit closer attention to what the executives are saying. Because now Microsoft's boot isn't necessarily on their throat. Now they're out there in the ocean on their own, and they got to figure it out. It's the same thing with Sony. Like, I've tried to tell people, like, you can't even, the reason why Sony stopped talking is because they know this. People ask, how come Sony stopped talking? Because Sony realized that every 3 months or so, they're putting their foot in their mouth because they're changing their business strategies. They're making different decisions. And every 3 months, they're changing what they're saying. And yes, it's a cyclical thing where it's like the headlines are always, oh, you know, they said this and now they did that. They did that and they said this instead. And it's like, that's why Sony's like, let's just not say shit. Because, yeah, our business is in flux and people are acting weird out here and hanging on to every single thing we say. And yeah, that's just the nature of it. That's why right now, like, people are begging Microsoft to shut the fuck up. They're begging. They're like, please stop. Please stop. You're just making it worse. But make no mistake, all business executives lie. Not just Microsoft, Sony, sure, with Nintendo as well. It's just the way it is. It's because the business changes. But what makes it so egregious with Microsoft is how it's like, again, man, it's like they're convulsing. They're convulsing every like 6 months and screaming out like new stuff. It's like, oh, okay, I don't know. Can we believe anything you're saying right now? Is this going to change in 3 months? Like, Microsoft is literally out here releasing Halo on PlayStation. We're waiting for Forza Horizon 6 to come to PlayStation, and they're like, trust us, Gears is exclusive. Exclamation point. It's like, God, why? Like, does anything you say fucking matter anymore? Like, really? New Soul 9, you're saying, MBG, since you mentioned misinformation, did you read my comment on your latest video? Would be cool for you to read it right now. Because you were claiming, quote, I follow Xbox, when your last video speaks the complete opposite. I could go check it out, New Soul. That's fine. Hold on. You said it was on you said it was on my last video. All right, hold on. Yeah, I did put a video out yesterday about Xbox. It's been a while. It's been a while. Checking now. Why do I sound like that? We need to talk about Xbox. Sorry, I got a lot of comments. I'm trying to find yours, New Soul. Okay. You said, I think you should be fair to remember there's an agreement on both parties before purchase. Microsoft set the expectation on the table to the studios. Sales and new subs to Game Pass, preferably new subs. They achieve neither. In every business, it needs to be reciprocal on both sides. And when it comes to studios, you speak both sides of your mouth, saying studios selling indicated they can't make it on their own, but then later say, give the studio their independence and get them away from Microsoft. The math isn't adding up. Respectfully, you shouldn't give your opinions on exclusives because they never stated exclusives to being with putting their games on Steam. Well, we've had that conversation before. And I guess we kind of see things a little bit differently there. New Soul, you look at it as there's no, because Microsoft, every single one of their games releases on PC, it's just not exclusive. You know? Like, it's literally not the actual definition of an exclusive, which you are technically correct about, but I feel like it's all... I speak about it that way because it's the perception of it more than anything. You're saying you clearly didn't listen to Asha in her interview, and you have a lack of comprehension, word for word in her interview, how price is very important to adopt to a mass market. Fortune Conversation interviews, and you timestamped it 7:30. I don't know, New Soul. I think we're at just a straight up disagreement right now, bro. Like, hard disagree on this one. Got to be honest with you. I can find certain areas of what you're saying where you're not wrong, but we did cover that. We did talk about that. It is the idea that when Microsoft goes up to a studio and says, hey, we would like to buy you, and here's what we hope. But this is where I think, New Soul, you might be missing something. What did every one of these studios talk about? What did every one of these studios say when they were acquired? They all said the same thing. They all said, oh, Microsoft is great. They're going to give us the funding we want, and, they're going to use us for Game Pass, and that's fine, but we're safe. They all said, they basically all, in some way, shape, or form, said, we're safe. And that's where it's like, well, I always question that because I'm like, are you sure though? Like, what if these games don't convince people to go to Game Pass? Are they still safe? What if the sales of their games are awful because you basically bought them to feed Game Pass where you otherwise would have left them out of your business entirely? See, New Soul, I think the bigger picture here, truthfully, is that it's not so much... See, I want to reference what Steelers said a little bit ago. Steelers said that studio closures and shutdowns it's always been a part of the industry. And it's very true for all companies, for all publishers. The problem with Microsoft here lies in Game Pass. Because if you think about it, what is the biggest, I guess you could say, point of discourse? The biggest, I don't know, I guess you could say just wall of static during the entire generation, even stemming before the start of this generation. It all comes back down to Game Pass. Game Pass is why Microsoft did any of this. They didn't buy studios so they could sell games. They didn't buy publishers so they could sell games. They bought all of this under the influence, their own belief, their deluded belief that we can flip the entire business model on its head. And only a corporation like Microsoft can be arrogant enough to believe that. Well, because why wouldn't they? They're bigger than everybody. I get it. Like, logically, it does add up where it's like, I could see why you would gas yourself up into believing that you can do that. But this is why people were trying to warn them. Like, be very careful about convincing yourself and other studios and publishers that not selling games in the name of we're going to drop them day one on Game Pass and get hundreds of millions of subscribers. Be very, very cautious of that, because literally no one else is doing it. And you need to take a big step back and ask yourself, why? Why is no one else doing this? Better question, why hasn't anybody tried this? And Microsoft was the one where they wanted to put themselves out there. And they wanted to be the ones to say, well, we'll do it. And that's fine. But like, the signs were there. That's what makes it so frustrating, New Soul. The signs were there. Where it's like, so you started Game Pass in 2017. You decided all of your first-party games are going into Game Pass day one. And nothing happened. No one cared. First red flag. But maybe they, well, hey, we can't give up on this yet. It didn't work because we don't have good enough games. We need more studios. We need more games. Okay. So we're going to buy 5 studios, and now that's 5 more studios whose games are going to drop day one in the Game Pass. Fine. Those games were years away. Years and years and years away. So they still found themselves in the same position where it's like, you don't have enough games. So if what you're saying is true, you can't even, like, you're not even at that point yet to be able to prove it true. So that's when they came in and they're like, we're going to buy Bethesda. Once we get Bethesda and we can really start flooding Game Pass with not only our games, but Bethesda games and third-party ones we sign, that's going to work. That's going to show everybody that this business model works. And it's like, okay. Jim Ryan said, hell no. They're crazy. Bobby Kotick. I asked Colin this question on his stream yesterday, and I forgot about this. He mentioned like Bobby Kotick. Bobby fucking Kotick, dude. Straight up during the ABK trial was like, I would never do that. Are you crazy? Every single executive who's a professional in this industry, it's a business, they all said the same thing, like, no. Bad idea. But Microsoft said, even after acquiring Bethesda and even after watching what happened with Starfield, knowing that you're putting all of your studios in danger, and these studios who are agreeing to be purchased, what are you telling them to convince them? Because they're not stupid. They know they have to sell games. What do you think they told them, dude? They told them, like, you're safe. You're fine. Don't worry. If your game's fit, and you know what people can say now? Well, that's what Phil said. And maybe it was true when Phil was there. Phil's not there anymore. It's not a coincidence that once Phil goes, once Sarah Bond goes, Asha Sharma takes over. Now the heads are rolling. But what was the craziest part about all of this, when we talk about this Game Pass situation, is that Microsoft, even after Bethesda, they still refuse to accept that this business model doesn't work. You can't force it. You're going to cause irreparable damage to not only your business and your bottom line, but to all the studios as well. You need to understand that. You can't even focus on managing this better because you're trying to manage a flawed business model that does not work. And they still said, nah, we need ABK and we need Call of Duty. And I'm like, your funeral. Okay. I mean, I will admit, when I started to see that this is happening, like, nothing's stopping the train. They're going full steam ahead. I'm like, okay. Even I said, maybe under very certain circumstances, now that you have Call of Duty, maybe it can work. But then what did we see? Call of Duty didn't do shit for Game Pass, bro. It did so little for Game Pass. They're like, we're just taking it out. We're just fucking taking it out, man. We're just losing sales. I'm like, Bobby Kotick told you that. He told you that at the trial. And you said, fuck you, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, dude, this is a guy who ran Call of Duty for 20 years. What do you mean? So this is just, I mean, you know, it's no disrespect, New Soul. I always appreciate you, man. I always appreciate what you have to say and, you know, your support of the channel, obviously. But in this case, I do disagree because the fact of the matter is, you don't want to see incompetent management come into new studios. And I know the first thing that's popping into some people's minds right now, but what about Sony? Again, I will have my supercut where you will see everything I have to say about Sony. I've said it over and over again. Herman Hulst is questionable. I'm very concerned. I do not know if Herman is the right guy. However, I can't ignore the fact that Jim, he was doing Jim's bidding. Okay? And Jim said, live service everything. So really, Herman's true test is coming up, where it's like, all right, bro, you got a clean slate, PlayStation 6, don't fuck it up. Because, yeah, there's still things looming, such as Horizon Hunters Gathering, Haven Studio, Team LFG, Bungie. Bungie's a whole isolated incident of, like, catastrophe, bro. Shut them down. Just shut it down. End it. Put it out of its misery. I'm tired of hearing about it. This isn't about propping Sony up. What it is about, though, is acknowledging that Sony had the wisdom. Although it's hard to even give them credit for it because it's like it's like common sense. When they were pressured, like, should you do the Game Pass model? And they're like, no, we don't want to die. Oh. Huh. Okay. What do you mean you don't want to die? Like, it's going to kill your business? Yes. No, you're lying. You just want me to buy your box. You just want me to buy your box so you can get all my money. And it's like, what's Microsoft doing now? What's Microsoft doing now? You're saying it's a bad take. What I just said about Sony's a bad take? Or are you talking about Microsoft? But I do appreciate the super chat, New Soul. And, you know, I want to encourage people. Like, New Soul, I think you were mostly respectful, man. Like, you weren't crazy taking shots at me. We just disagree. And that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. And I appreciate that, man. Ruben, you're saying Asha talking about fast-tracking major IP is confusing. When has throwing more people at AAA games ever worked? Games of that scale just take time. That's her lack of experience in the industry showing. Logically, you come in, you see what are our big hitter games? Which games sell the best? Which games make the most money? Those franchises, those IP, okay. Where are they? Well, I mean, we're making them. What's the timeline? Well, Fallout's probably like 2032. Elder Scrolls maybe 2029, maybe 2030. Yeah, we're gonna have to move those timelines up. How are we gonna do that? Let's put more developers on it. Let's dump more money into it. Notice how that report said they're dumping more money into these games, and I'm like, Microsoft is never going to escape this vicious cycle they're in where they just constantly think more money will solve the problem. And it's like, you have the last 2 generations now as the most egregious proof that that's not true. And there's nothing wrong if it's like, listen, we need to tighten the ship here, you know, or tighten the belt and run this shit more efficiently. That's fine. And hopefully that's what they're talking about. But when they're talking about just dumping more money into it and fast tracking, it's like, I'm sure these developers want their games to come out sooner too. Like they also want their games to come out, you know? Like, is there an overarching point here? Well, I'll get back to some of my main points. I'm just catching up with some of the super chats. We have Zenzo saying, I find it funny that even if everything was on PC, Xbox and Sony would have their own launchers so they don't pay Steam and people would be pissed. I tried telling people that to a degree. Like, I don't think you'll see Microsoft get off of Steam now because I think they're too entrenched in it, in my opinion. It's too much. It's too important to their bottom line now, frankly. I mean, when you look at something like Gears of War E-Day being exclusive, it's like let's say the Xbox console base does not buy that game in mass and it struggles on the console. PC could maybe be what picks it up and saves it. Possibly. That's a possibility. But if Microsoft were to take that off, I mean, they're placing a big risk on like a 30 million install base, of like, I hope this does big numbers for you guys, because I don't know. Apparently it's a very expensive game. Zenzo, or sorry, not Zenzo. Armani Coleman says, I can't believe Wolverine is like 89 days away. It's like 89 days away, man. The healing factor looks awesome by the gameplay. He looks faster than Winter Soldier. I agree. I can't wait for Wolverine. I'm stoked for this game. I keep rewatching that gameplay sometimes, and it gets better each time I see it. So I'm right there with you, Armani. Thank you. Existential Crisis with Bunny says, Xbox leader here. Too many corporate generalists, too few passionate gamers. That's when a gaming brand loses its way. Xbox leader. Let me see. Do we know? Okay, I'm not. I have to take this person at their word. This is interesting. If true, I can't prove it, and it's maybe it's not even necessary to prove it. But this individual, Existential Crisis with Bunny, says, too many corporate generalists, too few passionate gamers. That's when a gaming brand loses its way. And I agree with that. I feel like it's hard to argue that sentiment because it's like the proof has always kind of been in the pudding, where when you look at what has made Nintendo and Sony, and frankly, any video game publisher for that matter, successful, there needs to be people at a high level, like not just at the lower or the mid level, but at a high level that like they are entrenched in gaming themselves. They like that perspective is 100% necessary. And it could be argued that that doesn't need to be the case across all different businesses and corporations and markets. But I think gaming is one of those things where like, it's not to say that just whoever's leading the ship needs to game, but it's more about whoever's surrounding them. If the CEO is making these big decisions, but they don't game, they're missing something crucial, and it's going to be critical for the people around them. The lieutenants, so to speak, to where like they have to have some high level understanding of gaming at a base level, because if they lack it, and then below them, the sergeants and the corporals are also lacking it, it's like that's a recipe for disaster. I think Sony obviously has been at risk of this a couple of times under Jim Ryan. We still don't have I think it's safe to say we still don't have a really good feel for how Hideaki Nishino and the duo that is Hideaki Nishino and Herman Hulst. I'm still not 100% sure on that. Like, I think it'll be better than Jim Ryan for like that. I do feel sure about, but like how in tune they're going to be with gamers, with PlayStation gamers, especially going into next gen. We've been talking a lot about that. And that's where it's like, to me, that's Sony's maybe bigger concern, is like, there's absolutely feedback coming to PlayStation as all this is going on with Xbox. This is why I try to point out to people, they get so mad at me. It's like, I'm not sitting here saying PlayStation's untouchable and the best forever and it can never be bad. I've talked extensively about the dangers that Sony find themselves in right now, or like, the potential dangers that are coming ahead. And I'll tell you what, man, like, I hope I'm not right. So many of the things I said about Xbox 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, so many of these things, the vast majority of the things that I had to say came to pass. It just took a long time. I mean, a reasonable amount of time where it's like, we're heading into next gen. This is what Microsoft's saying. Here are the dangers. if they keep pushing in that direction, here are the new dangers. And unfortunately, it's like almost everything I said. Like, I'm not saying this arrogantly. I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but it's just the truth that, like, I was the one yelling, like, Microsoft, you can't do this. I was trying to yell at the fans because I'm like, you guys need to scream at Microsoft to stop doing this because they're going off a cliff. It's going to be a catastrophe. Stop lamenting buying games. Stop making it seem like you don't understand why games are going up to $70, AAA games. Stop making it seem like there's something wrong with the traditional console business model. I know you guys are in third place, and I know you're kind of getting the shit kicked out of you by the competition, but don't encourage Microsoft to flip the table. Because if they do that, they're not actually flipping the table. The game isn't over. They're forfeiting. They're saying we lose and we're not even going to try to win anymore. That's not what you want to encourage. And I tried to warn people that being under the guise of, but they're being more pro-consumer. They want to save me money and they want to, they want to make everything more accessible. And I'm like, okay, like it's sure. But that's why when I look at Sony and the things that I point out with Sony that I actually do care about, where I'm like, there are warning signs here. There are things that we do need to be aware of that if Sony doesn't slightly course correct, they are going to run into their own problems. They're at risk too. And that's just the way it goes. That's the way it goes. So we just have to hope that they listen and that they for both Sony and Microsoft, frankly, we have to hope that they figure it out. Because the alternative is if you don't figure it out, the ship sinks. And it's over. PlayStation Pete says, I received my 327th Platinum Trophy with Resident Evil 9 Requiem. So congratulations, PlayStation Pete. That's a lot of Platinums, man. 327, you got me beat. That's for sure. That's a great one, though. Resident Evil, I do have that Platinum. So congrats on that, bro. We also have Perfect Image saying Ninja Theory has made 7 games that are available on PS3 through 5, counting their main releases, major remasters during the independent era. If PlayStation buys them or remains independent, PlayStation will continue getting games. I mean, yeah, I think what you're kind of highlighting here, Perfect Image, is like something I do want to get deeper into. I keep getting distracted by talking about the higher level business model stuff. I want to talk about Ninja Theory. I really want to talk about this because I have some thoughts on Ninja Theory, like big time. But yes, I agree with what you're saying. Perfect Image. I do agree. Armani, you're saying what game out of these 3 do you think will sell more? Wolverine, AC, Black Flag, Resynced, or Phantom Blade Zero? I think Wolverine. I think Wolverine is going to sell the most out of those 3. The thing about Phantom Blade Zero is that's a Chinese game. So if that game blows up like Black Myth Wukong did, that could maybe not dwarf, but outsell Wolverine by quite a margin, potentially. I think Phantom Blade Zero is kind of like the wild card. It could come out on top, but right now I think Wolverine probably has the best shot. Steelers with the $20 super chat says, here's what I hope. This is a wake-up call to everyone that units will always matter in the medium. Subscriptions are never going to be the driving force in the industry. It's a completely different medium than TV/movies. I agree. I've always tried to make the argument, Steelers, and I've tried to be very adamant about it, that video games are not movies. Video games are not TV. There's a lot of overlap. There's so many similarities. And there flat out are some games that are literally like, like Telltale games and stuff, or Detroit Become Human. But even then, it's like they're still way more interactive than a movie ever could be. I've always tried to tell people that the best thing you could hope for when it comes to video game executives in a boardroom making decisions is their understanding of that. Their understanding fundamentally that you shouldn't really look at movies or compare anything that's going on in gaming to the movie industry or to the TV industry or the music industry, because they're not the same. There's don't ignore the overlap, but they're not the same, you know? And I feel like too many executives get involved and their focus is too much on the fact that, yeah, like if we look at TV and movies, it's all about subscriptions. It's all about Netflix. And look at that's if you think about it, Steelers, what you're highlighting, this was the Achilles heel of Microsoft in the last 10 years. They said, we want to make the Netflix of gaming. And it's like, you just basically set up your brand to potentially die because you're not putting out movies. You're not putting out TV shows. You're making video games. And you have to understand that the market that engages with video games is not looking for the same thing that the market who engages with movies and TV shows are looking for. And you might be able to make the argument that, well, what's something that every market could be, excited to, get rally behind? Convenience. And that's true. Making access to gaming more convenient is maybe a potential smart thing to do. But this is where, they lacked the foresight to realize that the problem with games versus or TV series and movies is that games require a much more significant investment, and therefore the chances of people looking for convenience over all else is, in my opinion, very diminished. Where like you have to just understand at a base level, when somebody wants to go watch a movie or a TV series, the idea of I just want to like lay, like plop on the sofa, bring up the remote, press 3 buttons, put the remote down, and relax and just watch. That's different from I want to sit down, pick up a controller, and get lost in a game world. Like, I don't think if you're going into that type of entertainment experience, the first thing that comes to mind is convenience. Convenience is important, and it has to be an aspect of it. But this is why I've always argued the console, it fills that gap perfectly. There's a reason why console gaming has succeeded. I mean, we're not going to go off into the tangent of the prices of the upcoming consoles because, are people going to pay that much for the convenience factor of a console? We'll find out. But generally speaking, history tells us that the console has served that purpose. It's a box, plug and play. It bridges that gap perfectly, where it's still, the console, if it's done right, is still tethered close enough to hardcore gaming and respects what gaming is supposed to be at a core level to the actual gamer. And this gets almost heavy into the conversation, Steelers, of like, what makes a real gamer? What's the casual gamer versus the hardcore? I'd argue that the console already answered that question. The console already told us that this is the perfect bridge between the super hardcore and the very casual who really don't want to get that deep into it, but understand that video game experiences ask more of you than TV, than movies, than music do. Like they literally ask more of you. This is why I've always pointed out, Steelers, that, and yes, I have to say Microsoft here. Microsoft has been fixated on the billions of people who have smartphones in their pockets. And it's like, we want to convert them into gamers. And it's like, you don't understand. You don't understand. Like, they don't want to play the type of game experiences that people on Xbox are playing. The Xbox market, the console market that's buying PlayStations, that's buying Xboxes, and the PC market for that matter, you're talking about two completely different markets. It's like Microsoft, if you want to get people, if you want to convert people who want to break out their phone and that's their only way that they engage with video games, you may as well just give up on Xbox and give up on the console side of things completely, and video game publishing for that matter at a higher level, because they're not interested. Like, they don't want to play Gears of War, man. And Sony realized this recently too, where it's like, we put out a Ratchet and Clank mobile game and it's like, okay. Oh, you didn't release it on console? Interesting. You have a whole user base of nearly 100 million players that maybe would have tried that game out, but you decided you just want to give it to phone users because I guess you feel like you're tapping into an untapped market. And it's like, I hate to break it to you, Sony, they're not going to give a shit about Ratchet and Clank just because you put it on the phone. There's like, you know what I mean? Ratchet and Clank's, it's just too sophisticated for people. Like they don't want to get, you know what I'm saying? It's not going to work. It's flawed. Vlund, you're saying Microsoft, I think, can fix it with more money, but it's not worth it as consoles are in decline since the PS2. I keep thinking if the PlayStation 6 will sell well due to price. I mean, could enough money save Xbox? Yeah, I mean, if we were looking at it from a level of like there literally is no limit, we will drop $1 trillion on gaming if we have to. That's the scorched earth model that I've speculated about that clearly Microsoft won't do. I've speculated that if they really wanted to, they could say, we are going to, we are literally going to spend Sony out of business. And that looks like buying as many third-party exclusives as you possibly can, throwing money at devs and publishers that they cannot refuse, while simultaneously overinflating your budgets for your AAA games to a degree that is just insane. It won't solve every problem, but that to me, combined with like subsidizing their console, where they're like, yeah, we're not going to worry about how much money we're losing on the console. We will lose $1,000 on every console sold. We'll start practically giving them away. That's the only way Microsoft wins. But they're a business. They're not a charity. And they can only do. You have to understand from Microsoft's point of view, from the shareholders' point of view, it's exactly what Satya Nadella said. Satya Nadella said, we've been subsidizing Xbox for 25 years. Like, Satya Nadella is signaling the shareholders have had enough. Long-term shareholders at Microsoft, they're like, we're done, dude. Like, figure this shit out or we're out, you know? And that's just the reality of, the capitalistic market that, gaming exists in. New Soul, you're saying MEG in many other areas the table was flipped, but you're going to tell me Microsoft in gaming is different, even though it's under the category of entertainment. Hold on, I want to see. I need to try to understand what you're saying here, New Soul. In many other areas the table was flipped, but you're going to tell Microsoft in gaming it's different, even though it's under the category of entertainment. Well, yeah. I mean, yes and no. Where like I'll put it to you this way. Here's another way of framing it. Microsoft. You could say they tried and maybe that's okay. You try and you fail. You tried to do something different. You tried to innovate. You tried to say, hey, we can do Netflix and gaming. We can make this work. But nothing you did worked. It just did not work. It was a failed endeavor. It's really difficult to watch the consequences of that roll in at one time after that process has their process of flipping the table was not instantaneous. It was over the course of 10 years of slowly trying to flip it, bringing in heavy machinery to flip the ground because they can't flip the table. So we'll flip the fucking ground to a point where it's like, what if we just rotate the entire earth? It's like, obviously these analogies are silly, but it's like just to find out that you're not doing that. You can't change this. It is what it is. Yes, I can understand why from a certain perspective, some people might look at that and say, well, they did what they thought they had to do and it didn't work. Happens in business all the time. Again, the problem is I'll be honest, I think it was their arrogance, dude. Where it's like how many years, and maybe Phil was the problem. Maybe it was Phil Spencer, where he's like, no, I'm not giving up on it. Maybe it was him. Where it's like, Game Pass was your idea. We know he was chasing a career moment, but he just kept going and going and going. Where it's like, you do realize the implications, Phil. And, I got to say to Satya and Amy Hood as well, it's like, you guys understand the implications if you buy Activision Blizzard for this much money and it doesn't work. You understand what you're doing, right? And they obviously understood. And it's one of those things where it's like, it's too big to fail. This can't fail. And it did. And this is where I'm like, maybe Xbox is cursed, bro. Maybe they truly are cursed to a point where it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not going to say you didn't try. I had this thought, New Soul. And tell me what you think of this. You guys can let me know. I had this thought of like, what if the nearly $100 billion that Microsoft invested into the Xbox division over the last 10 years, instead of it being all in the name of Game Pass, it was all in the name of selling consoles and selling games? I feel like that singular question, I think that question alone highlights how misguided Xbox has been over the last decade. Where it's like, to be honest, probably would have worked. But for some reason, along the way, Microsoft was so fixated on subscription numbers and, feeding that subscription service that they just totally lost sight of, like, dude, your competition is winning by selling consoles and games. That's all you, like, if you can just, sure, it's not going to be easy per se, but the formula is simple. The formula is make great games, buy great games if you really have to, which they clearly had to, and then tether that to your hardware, show it off, make your hardware a really good proposition against the competition. And you'll probably carve out enough to sustain it. Or at the very least, even if it's not sustainable, because you have to ask yourself, why did Xbox subsidize them for so long? Because during the 360 era, it's like, we can do this. Yeah. During the original Xbox era, they're like, maybe we can do this. 360 era, oh shit, I think we can. And then the Xbox One era came in, and that's when they lost their way. All right. Sorry, my YouTube studio just crashed. Give me a second. And we will resume. Guys, do me a favor, by the way. Make sure you hit that like button. Apparently it says YouTube was featuring the stream at one point. So you guys who are hitting the like button, thank you. You're definitely helping. I always told you guys, it helps. It helps. Let me go back to the super chats, though. We have... Where am I at here? Mario, he says, as much as I love PlayStation, what worries me about Xbox is that the weaker they get, the closer we get to a world where PlayStation goes unchecked. And I agree with that, Mario. That's always been the fear. The one thing I still hold on to, though, Mario, that makes me feel like, okay, well, even if Xbox does get weak to a point where Sony doesn't even look at them and they're just not viable as competition whatsoever, I think that, again, like the PS5 and what they have set up this generation is enough to hopefully, I say this hopefully, prevent Sony from making any boneheaded decisions that come from like hubris and this belief that, you're untouchable. Hopefully they remember the PS3 era. Hopefully this is why I'm saying, like, even if we want to sit here and be like, Xbox sucks and they're dead and they won't touch Sony, like, even if we want to go like full fanboy mode, it's like, well, it would be extremely unwise for Sony to not take what Microsoft is doing seriously, just in case. The easiest way to get knocked off of the mountain is not because somebody comes up and tries to push you off the mountain. It's because your back's turned to them. You don't even see them coming and they shove you off the mountain because you didn't even think they were going to start climbing. You thought, oh, there's no way, there's no chance. And that's where like Sony would be wise to not Even if it's like, what are the chances they're actually going to do this? It's like no one really believes in it, but it's like they're not done yet. Like it's not over yet. And I'm starting to think it might never be. Like, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. It's why that whole joke is like, oh, here we go. Xbox died for the third time this month. You know? So you're saying this argument that they are different is nonsensical because most of the video games now are more heavy in cutscenes and gameplay now these days. It's a weird argument to make. I disagree, New Soul, and I appreciate the discourse though. I appreciate it. Like, I appreciate encountering somebody who disagrees but is not, again, trolling me, you know? I think the proof will be in the pudding ultimately though. Because I get what you're saying, cutscenes, and I get it. Like, there's this whole conversation of like, oh, AAA devs are obsessed with photorealistic graphics and they're obsessed with, trying to emulate movies. And, people knock on Sony games all the time because they're like, oh, they're just movie games. But in reality, I feel like the truth of the matter, though, like at the heart of it, is I just want you to think about this. I want you to do 3 things, okay? And this goes for anybody. And really consciously think about what you're doing. Really, like, we do these things all the time. What I'm about to tell you to do, you probably already did it today. I want you to just sit down with nothing else, no phone, nothing. Just actively listen to music for a little bit. For like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Then when you're done that, I want you to actively, with no other distractions, sit down and find something to watch. And watch it for like 30 minutes. It's like an episode of a show or a movie if you want. If you really want to dedicate time. Then after that, I want you to go and find a single player game to play or a multiplayer game. Can be either. And then play that for 30 to 45 minutes. And you'll realize, like, if you're just really thinking about how you're engaging, it becomes so clear that out of those 3 things, you are asked to do so much more for gaming. Whether you're playing single player or multiplayer. You had to be way more engaged by default. I'm not saying you can be deeply immersed into music and get lost in it, but it's not a requirement. You can be deeply immersed into anything you're watching and get lost in it. It's not a requirement. Games, it's literally a requirement. You need to be in it. You have to. And it literally has to do with the mechanics where it's asking you, like, even when, what was that? There's like some crazy like Neuralink thing where it's like this person has a chip in their brain that's hooked up to some machine and they can play a game using their thoughts. Even then, you remove all the physicality of it. You're still being asked to do more because when you're watching a movie, you're watching something play out in front of you. And you're processing it. Even if we were to get to a point where it's like, I'm controlling the game with my mind, you still have to actively think. You have to engage with it on a layer. Like, you have to activate parts of your brain that no other entertainment medium is asking you to activate if you're just partaking in it, through the consumption of it, that is. So that's why I think it's super interesting. It almost just gets into a more interesting conversation about what makes video games so unique, in my opinion. We have Rat No Deep Bane says, hold on. What does that mean? I'm just going to call you Rat. Saying Xbox is pure subtraction, closing talented studios while Bethesda delivers zero innovation is a massive failure. Is Xbox a graveyard for talent now? It might be. I mean, I know that sounds brutal, but it's like, I think it's gonna come down. Well, Playground Games is talented. We have to see what they do with Fable, because it might. Oh, hold on, really quick. We need to know. Interesting. You're saying, what about reading a book? I mean, I'd say reading a book is probably the closest, truthfully, as funny as that sounds. I think reading a book is closest because maybe I'm wrong about this. Like, I don't know exactly what parts of your brain light up, but I imagine you having to visualize in your head, with your mind while you're reading. That sounds like it's pretty engaging, on like a neurological level. Like, so I would say that the order, I don't know. That's an interesting thing. I wonder what goes on. Like, I wonder what requires more of your brain, to read a book and visualize, or to actually play a video game. I never really thought too deeply about that one. That's a good one. I have to look into this. But I mean, is Xbox a graveyard for talent? Well, we're gonna find out. I think it's safe to say that for certain. I mean, this is a nice segue. I want to talk about Ninja Theory. Okay. Some of my anger has subsided. It might return, though, because some of my deep frustration over the last 24 hours has come in the form of, I am so goddamn tired of encountering people who are going to say something to me, but they don't know what they're just wrong. They don't know they're wrong. And if I try to tell them they're wrong, they just don't care or don't believe it. The reason why I'm saying this is because apparently it's being reported by multiple outlets that Ninja Theory has been informed they are being closed down. Apparently, multiple Xbox studios, including Compulsion and Ninja Theory, are being told they're shutting down. And so, what's apparently happening behind the scenes right now, let me bring up the report just so everybody's on the same page here. Okay, so it's being reported by Bloomberg. Bloomberg studios are in active negotiations with Xbox and may be given a chance to go independent. So it says studios in Microsoft's Xbox division brace for closure. This was written up by Jason Schreier, although it looks like it's behind a paywall here. But the important excerpt says the studios, which include Compulsion Games and Double Fine, are in active negotiations with Xbox and may be given the chance to go independent. Cambridge, England-based Ninja Theory, the maker of Hellblade, is also in conversations with Xbox, as are several other studios across the portfolio that are at risk of being shuttered. The studios may still have the opportunity to buy themselves back from Xbox and go independent, although many employees will likely lose their jobs as a result. I mean, Ninja Theory, it has to be like, I don't want to say it's shocking, the most disheartening to me. I understand, like, I look at Compulsion, I'm like, okay. I look at Double Fine, I'm like, okay. Arcane's kind of crazy, though, knowing that they're making Blade. But Ninja Theory, to me, see, one of the things, the reason why I preface what I'm about to say with my anger and my frustration is because, like, dude, the amount of, I'll just show you. Buttery Cheeks, you're saying, MBG, I respectfully disagree with New Soul 9 and believe he was dropped on his head. Well, that's mean. With his brain dead takes. Keep up the great content, MBG. Come on, Buttery Cheeks, that's like a, come on, like, I respectfully disagree. You were dropped on your head, but I disagree. Like, chill, buddy. Thank you, Buttery Cheeks. Thank you for the super chat, but be nice. New Soul 9's nice. He's a good dude. No, so I do think New Soul is representative of a certain group of Xbox players that, and I'm just being honest here, that it's really, oh, did he say disrespectfully? Oh my God, fuck. I misread it. I didn't even read that. Buttery Cheek said, I disrespectfully disagree with New Soul. I guess thank you for being honest. Like, I can't believe I misread that. Terry, you're saying I missed your super chat? Hold on. It may have glitched out. Let me check. Oh, you're right. I did. Terry, you're saying they had Halo, top 3 FPS ever made, and they ruined it. Bungie. MBG spell check messed them up again. Leo, you're saying I like New Soul. He's ride or die. Well, in my opinion, my humble opinion, I think New Soul represents a certain group of Xbox players. And these players, I view them as just normal, healthy fans. They like what Xbox is. They've maybe always liked it. They're not, they're not like radical about anything. They're just normal. But I also try to like understand that there absolutely are right now just normal Xbox players, just like if the shit was hitting the fan with Sony, just normal everyday Xbox players who, they don't want to believe that the ecosystem they like and invested in is crumbling. And frankly, when you look around right now, and I see this happen with Sony too, and this is where I'm just being honest. It's like there are people, and some try to make it sound like it's me, even though I'm literally the guy that's like, Xbox is not dead, they're not dying. But I digress. It's like, it's over. It's like done. Like, pack it up. Like, sell your Xbox. Leave. Stop having fun. Stop caring. Stop playing games. It's over. And I totally get, as somebody who's a fan of PlayStation, that there's a difference between that and the shit's maybe hitting the fan a bit and things are going south pretty quickly. There is a difference between those two things, in my opinion, because I don't know. I just try to be understanding that, like, most of my anger, I look at it as like there's three groups of people here. There's the Xbox leadership and executives. Well, there's like four groups. There's the Xbox leadership and executives. There's the developers. There's the grifters and the deranged fanboys. And then there's just the normal fans. And in my opinion, the only two groups that are like potentially innocent here are most of the developers, although you could make an argument that some of these development teams get lost in the sauce and they get, they make some terrible decisions that are driven by greed, possibly. But especially the normal fans. The normal fans are the most innocent, where it's like they're not viewing it through this fucking warped lens. And yes, my lens is a little bit warped because I'm constantly under attack. And I understand that. That's why I'm like leaning into fuck it, like whatever, dude. Yes, I hate Xbox. I hope it dies. I want to see their studios close. I want to see Xbox go away forever because I hate it. Because anything I've tried to say didn't matter to the radicals and to the grifters and to the fuck, people who are fucked in the head that happen to be the loudest in the room. But that's why I try to be respectful towards like normal Xbox players, that they want to come in here and they want to converse with me or they want my takes on something. And even if they disagree with it, I appreciate that because they're not being rude. They're not being trolls. They're not grifters. They're not trying to, stomp on somebody. Do we get that occasionally? Yeah. And then they get kicked out. But that's how I view it, and I try to always be understanding of that because to me, there is an inherent difference between somebody being passionate about what they're saying and believing in something and just conveying that, even if it's at an angle of disagreement. There's a difference between that and somebody just being a fucking dick. And unfortunately, way too many people are just dickheads. And that's why it brings that part of me out, because it's like, I don't want to be that way. I don't want to be that way. Figuratively literal, you're saying it's not just engagement. How many standard length games can you finish in a week? Compare that to the number of songs and movies you engage with. That's a really good point too, figuratively literal. It's also a matter of how much time you have to sink into it. That's a very good point. I didn't really think of that either. Yeah, maybe that's why books are the most comparable, because books can take a long time to read. They probably engage your brain more, neurologically speaking, than movies or TV. The Spick Span, you're saying game studios should stop alienating their consumer base or face mass layoffs. Remove all activism from your games. Wallets have spoken. I think there's a layer to that, Spick Span. Like, I think you have to be careful. This is, again, my humble opinion. You have to be careful if you are going to make a broad stroke statement, or if that's a broad stroke belief of like, surely you understand that's not the only reason. It can be a part of it. it can be a layer to it that it's like it can only help in some instances with some studios, with some publishers to pump the brakes on this, depending on who we're talking about. I can agree with that. But I think people are, I have seen some people, they're jumping on, they're looking at compulsion games and they're like, you went woke, now you're going broke. And it is true that the game flopped. But then again, look at Double Fine. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't think that anybody was looking at Double Fine and being like, they went fucking woke, bro. That's one of the wokest studios. I don't think so. Not that I understand. Not to my understanding. And and it's like their games kind of flop too. But then I look at Ninja Theory and I'm like, in my opinion, Ninja Theory is not woke. Hellblade is not woke. Not even a little bit. That's my opinion. I mean, I played both games. I'm like, these games are amazing. Amazing storytelling. And they're now getting shut down. So I'm like, I think it's a matter of if we're when it comes to the idea of activism in games, going woke, fully woke, whatever, I feel like it's got to be dissected individually, one by one, where you could maybe make an argument that, so let's say if compulsion games, let's just say, yes, they went fully woke for whatever reason or whatever. It's true. They went woke. It's activism in gaming. Maybe there's maybe there's a real chance that could have been what hurt your cat. I said cat because I read cat. It hurt your cat. It hurt your game. Stop reading the chat while I'm trying to talk. Fuck what I just said, bro. What I just said doesn't even matter. I literally just said they might hurt your cat. All right. It looks like there's some shit going down in the chat. Let me see. We're about to have a boxing match between Buttery Cheeks and New Soul 9. We're just talking about games, guys. Everybody's getting heated. Fight. Don't fight. You know what? Fight. I don't give a shit. At this point, I just look at it as like I'm Punished Snake on, fucking Mother Base, whatever. Fight, but when you're done, have a beer with each other. Josh Z says, I'll be honest, I think that Nintendo is slowly going to steal a lot of casual PS fans. The increase in third-party support combined with first-party exclusives is going to cause issues long-term. You could be right if Sony fails to see that and prepare accordingly. You could be right. And that is a little bit of it. I think Sony's still going to be strong for a long time, but going into the PS6 determines everything, in my opinion. We know what Nintendo's next-gen console looks like with the Switch 2 and how that's working for them. We don't know with the PlayStation 6, and that's why I say Sony's greatest threat, it's not Nintendo hurting Sony, it's Sony hurting themselves and then losing people to maybe go to Nintendo or possibly even Xbox, depending on what happens in the next 3 to 5 years. So it's an interesting take, Josh, and yeah, Nintendo's kind of, they're doing their thing. Oh, Titus, you sent me a direct donation, buddy. I'll read that. Let me. Yeah, hold on. I didn't check my direct donations in a little bit. I got one from Perfect Image as well. Titus, you're saying the collapse of buying power of the working class plus the RAM crisis leads to higher prices and a streaming solution? ? Not hardware. It changes stuff. No, you're 100. Yeah. That's Titus. That's why when I hear Asha Sharma say we're going to have radically different business models coming later this year, I'm like, what could be spun up so quickly? I think cloud. So I think you might be spot on with that. I'm going to be paying very close attention. And Sony will probably have to pay attention too. Perfect Image, you're saying, yeah, PlayStation did their Game Pass better, but I believe Nintendo did it better by adding family subscription. The games may not be there like Xbox Game Pass or Xbox and PlayStation, but that's a win. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't done, Sony and Microsoft for that matter, haven't done more family subscription-based stuff. I feel like that would be that's definitely more widely appealing to a broader audience by offering stuff like that. New Soul, you're saying, MBG, it's not just books in music you need to remember or know certain English words to understand what the artists are trying to convey in his art special. When it's rap music, it's heavy on linguistics. Same goes for movies and TV. Well, that's true. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess at this point we're starting to get into the more semantical side of like, like how much comprehension is needed to be an enjoyer of certain entertainment that is on offer, right? I mean, yeah, like it's like interesting because I'm somebody who deeply listens to music. And I feel like I can kind of argue against myself almost, where it's like, well, I don't know, man. You listen to music a lot. And a lot of times I just sit down and I just listen. And it's like I'm getting deeper and deeper into it, where I'm starting to listen to all the different layers, starting to unpack all the layers. Like you're saying, the lyrics, every single word, every single kick of the bass drum, the bass lines, you know, depending on what I'm listening to, like the different background ambiance that they have that's super subtle. So it's like you really can dive super deep into it if you want to, and I guess maybe the same can be said for movies and TV. But I don't know. I still stand by that there has to be a certain level of respect if you're trying to do business in video games. There has to be a certain level of understanding and respect that you can't just foolhardy go into a model that has worked for music, that has worked for games, not games, that has worked for TV and movies, and you cannot automatically assume that that will perfectly translate to games. I still stand by that. But yeah, I think there's definitely an argument to be made across all entertainment mediums that depending on how you're engaging with it, it's ultimately up to the user, I suppose, how deeply you want to engage with it. But I do just feel like by default still to engage with video games, I think this is why, like, if you go to like your parents or your grandparents, perhaps, you say, "Can you listen to this song?" They say, "Yes, I can." "Can you watch this movie or this show?" "Yes, I can." "Can you play this video game?" "No, I cannot." You see what I'm saying? Like, that's where I feel like there's a layer there. Why Me says, MBG, you didn't even buy Hellblade 2, you played it on Game Pass. Yeah, but that's because, well, you got me on that one, Why Me? I said I was going to buy the physical version. Is there even a physical version of Hellblade 2? That's why. Okay. I was like, no, hold on. I said I would buy the game if it got a physical launch, and it didn't. So therefore I didn't buy it. But yeah, no, I didn't buy it at launch. I did play it on Game Pass. I did. But to be honest, I don't know, man. I would have been burned if I bought it. I really would have. Like, I'm going to talk deeper about Ninja Theory. I had a lot of problems with Hellblade 2, and I think they fucked up with Hellblade 2. I don't think they should be shut down. I think Microsoft is fucking nuts for shutting them down over Hellblade 2. And I'll talk more about that. New Soul says, also, MBG, I think Butter was the one that was dropped on his head because he doesn't give an explanation on his disagreement with a person. So in my eyes, he's just a dirty... I'm not even going to read it. Don't proceed to talk if you can't explain your side. Butter Cheeks is like, we got to fight. We got a super chat fight. My favorite kind of fight. I'm just kidding. Don't fight. Buttery Cheeks, New Soul. You both got your swings in. Sit down, have a beer. Sit down, have a drink. Calm down. Kane Z7 says Microsoft games are not even printed on the disc for physical releases. They are download codes, basically. All need download files. Yeah, I saw Mystic freaking... I saw him get the most animated I've ever seen him when he covered that in his last video with Halo. And I was like, damn, he's had it. He's had it up to here with Microsoft's nonsense, bro, with their physical games. Yeah, that is pretty lame. I'm not going to lie. It is pretty lame. But the reality is most people are buying digital, and I hate that. But I wonder what the budget of Hellblade 2 had. So here's where I get frustrated. I know people are going to be like, you're getting triggered by people on Twitter, but it's like, yeah, but look at what they're saying, bro. Like, they don't care. They don't care. But they want to confront me, right? They want to confront me. Here we go. So yesterday I posted The Verge is now reporting Ninja Theory is shutting down. They announced Senua at the Xbox Showcase 1 week ago. 1 damn week ago. What the hell, man? And that's crazy. But this person says now MBG has to pretend to feel bad. Off stream, he'll be having a big old grin on his face. That hurts. That hurts. Okay? Like, this is why I'm telling you, these people and what they're saying, this is why I'm going to go so far out of my way where I'm going to be fully locked and loaded for any moment at any occasion, dude. Because if I was ready, I would have had a clip, literally a clip, although I don't know if the stream even exists anymore due to copyright, which is depressing to think of. But I would have found some clip when this game was announced of me reacting to it or talking about the announcement of Hellblade back in 2019 and how fucking excited I was for it. And I would have just dropped that clip right there. There you go. There's the receipt. There is no grin. I'm not smiling. I'm I'm going to get that tattooed on my chest. But what about Sony? Or maybe my arm. What about Sony? Huh? Anytime something happens, hold my arm up. And we got a tattoo up here that says damaged. But no, I'm not grinning. I'm not happy. I'm pretty distraught at the idea that of all the studios, it's like Ninja Theory, man. Hellblade 1 was awesome. I loved Hellblade 1. Hellblade 2, I like the story. I've always said I like the story of Hellblade 2. I still like Senua as a character. I like her journey. I really, 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 really do. Hellblade 2 was, God, it was lacking in gameplay. Like, I understand why people look at that and they're like, well, no wonder why they're shutting him down. No wonder why they're shutting him down. You know? But what I'm so confused about is like, but you let them reveal their new game, which I was stunned at the idea that, holy shit, they have another Hellblade game ready to go this quickly? That Buttery Cheeks just couldn't let it go. Buttery Cheeks, bro, you didn't have to say anything. You could have just kept moving along, bro. Now you know New Soul's gonna be like, oh, bro, just called me autistic? Ain't no way. He says, MBG, I believe New Soul has a touch of the tism. I do too, actually. And his cheeks are dry AF. I love you, MBG. I mean, Buttery Cheeks, I love you too, man, but New Soul, stand down. I'm not going to tell you what to do. They want to fight. I don't know. I don't think they want to fight. New Soul, he's going to ask you, bro, why aren't you talking about my argument? Why aren't you talking about the topic? And that's fair. Buttery Cheeks. You might have got him on the dry cheeks. Your name is Buttery Cheeks. New Soul's going to have to come in with the butter. The cage is ready. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait, did I misread that? To clarify, MBG... Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, to clarify, New Soul, I'm not saying I think you have a touch of autism. I'm saying I do. I'm somewhere on the spectrum. Like, that's very obvious. That's why I don't get upset when people, call me mean names. I'm like, you're probably right. But we are who we are. We are who we are. Have a little fun, I guess. Have some fun with it. I'm like, for a second, the Spixman, he drops a $20 super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, activism is just not affecting content. It's bad for work, culture, / productivity. These devs don't care about the industry. All they care about is pushing their agenda. That's why so many of them openly say they hate games or gamers. I've talked about this before, Spixman, and my take on this is it's got to be measured. And yes, I've made it clear in the past I'm not going to go into the realm of politics, but I'll touch on it here just for a second because, to respond to your super chat. And I think I missed another direct donation as well. What I was going to say, Spixman, is like, it is obvious in some instances that these studios have adopted a culture that leans very, very, very heavily to one side politically, which is fine. Like, that doesn't have to matter. The problem is they're trying to make it matter. And yeah, you're not entirely wrong that some of it starts to become more overt, where it's like, but here's another problem though, Spixman, and this is why I don't even like talk about it anymore. The other side of that problem is you get the retards from the other side, because there's retards on all sides. Okay, and it's like they just don't know. Like, please sit down and stop. You are hurting. You are making everything worse. The problem is, if you get someone on one side that's like, I got something I want to say and I'm going to communicate it through this game completely needlessly and unnecessarily, upsetting everybody for no reason because nobody fucking asked. Yeah, you're going to get people be like, bro, what the fuck? No one gives a shit. Stop. But then you're going to have people on the other side where they see like, they have like a tick, there's like something wrong with them. Where they're like, yeah. Sorry, God damn it, I can't break character. Like, they come in and they're like, Mr. Developer, sir, or Miss Developer, whoever. I have my lube right here. Okay? I got my lotion, I got my lube, I got everything set, I got the candles lit. Is there a reason why you're making it difficult for me to jerk off to your protagonist? I think you should be shut down. Yeah. I think you're a cancer to the industry. You're ruining everything. And I'm not going to shut up about this. Ever. Yeah. That exists too, unfortunately. And I think that right there, Titus, you're saying that was a dark sentence. Is it untrue, though? Is it an untrue sentence? That's the question. And that's why I'm saying it's so unfortunate that, like, people just can't be normal. You have people who are so radicalized politically that they make it their identity to the point where they can't even do their job without thinking about how they can inject it into the thing they're working on. And then on the other side of that, you have people that are radicalized for a whole separate set of reasons where they don't see that, like, you're unhinged and deranged. You're not well in the head. And like, these people just can't see clearly. Meanwhile, everybody in the middle is just like, can you just make something and not involve any of this bullshit? And you know what's funny, man? Like, when Stellar Blade 2 was announced, now granted, I saw this mostly on Twitter, but I saw people being like, she's not fucking hot enough. She's not fuckable enough. And I'm like, you happy? You see what you guys did? see who you're trying to appeal to? Like, come on. Oh, man. Somebody's totally going to take what I just said out of context and clip it. You know what? Go for it. Clip it. They're gonna be like, what happened to MBG, man? That guy really lost it. But no, Spix, man, to get back to your chat, I do agree, like, overall, though, I do agree that in some instances, it gets, like, we're seeing a bit much of it, and people are getting tired. They're like, come on. But I think the problem that we have to acknowledge is it does go both ways. In the games industry, it probably leans more so in one way than the other, generally speaking, but Wallroar, you're saying with the direct donation, no disrespect, MBG, but I don't get your anger towards Microsoft. Why so passionate if you don't care? You sound like a bitter ex. Well, because I am a bitter ex at this point. And that's why I sound like one. To be honest, though, like, Wallroar, you're good, dude. And, you know, you've always been kind to me on the channel, which I greatly appreciate. And I'll tell you this, man. And, like, if I'm being 100% honest, just if I'm being, like, 100 with you, it's because, yes, when I see what's going on with Xbox, unfortunately, there is a layer to it that I wish didn't exist. And that layer that I'm speaking of is, for years, I had to deal with being ridiculed. I still do deal with it. Being ridiculed, being kind of trashed and tarnished, if you will. Tarnished is going to freak out during the chat. Over my takes of Xbox. And evaluating, like, what they're doing. And sometimes, yes, being extremely animated and like, what the fuck, bro? Like, are you kidding me? And yes, it has gotten to a point where that's where I am more frustrated ultimately with those people and the people who have tried to make it seem like I was wrong or I was foolish or I was just totally, like, in some weirdo bizarro land with what I was saying. When in reality, it's like a lot of what I said turned out to be true. So yes, when I come off as sounding frustrated, and I'm still getting it today, like Walroar, I was just talking about how I'm being flooded with people on my Twitter anyway that are like, but what about Sony? Now suddenly you care about Ninja Theory, and it's like, you don't know anything about me. Like, you have the balls to come at me, but you don't know a fucking thing. Not you, Walroar, but, you know, these people. And that's why I sound the way I do. And it makes me just want to start, you know, not giving a shit which direction I'm swinging anymore. Because it's like, I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. I was literally one of the most hyped people. I was like hyped up more than most people when the Series X was announced and they showed Hellblade. And I'm like, oh shit. I was the one, dude. And Walroar, maybe you know this. I don't know. But I was the one where I was saying, I think Ninja Theory could be Microsoft's Naughty Dog. I believe in them. And you know, sometimes I had to go against my own audience. They're like, no, dude, come on. What are you saying? I'm about to put the belt to their ass, bro. They're like, what are you saying? What are you saying to me, MBG? You're telling me they're going to be Naughty Dog? Like, what are you doing? It's like, yeah, I think they have that level of talent. They just need to be shepherded right. And I was wrong. Shockingly, I mean, I was wrong about that. The one thing I was overly optimistic about with Xbox, I was wrong. And I just get frustrated when people, it's like, oh, it's always just the console wars with you, MBG. It's always just, it's like, because you won't let me, not you, Walroar, again, I'm not speaking to anybody here, but because people won't let me do anything else. It's like, if people acknowledge the good things I've said about Xbox, honestly, like, and they know this, like, there's no reason for me, of course they know this, but it's like, if they acknowledge it, they realize, like, they wouldn't be able to call me a console warrior. They wouldn't be able to sit here and constantly say, you just want a console war, you just want a fanboy, you just want a console war. They'd have no choice but to be like, oh, actually, you did say all these things. Oh. Well, I guess it doesn't matter now. Like, no, I guess not. Guess not. So, you know, I'm trying not to, like, make it too personal. But yeah, it's been like literally 4 straight years of having to deal with intense, unnecessary, egregious pushback from people where it's like, I know where you're coming from. I know why you won't show the whole thing. We both know. Funny thing is, I'm saying that. Do you know how many narcissistic people right now think he's talking to me? He's talking to me. I'm probably not talking about you. Okay. All right. And my YouTube studio crashed again. Hold on. Hold on. I got to bring it back. Why does it keep doing that? All right. I'm back. What else? I think I missed another super chat, though. The Spickspan, you're saying the retards on the other side are not managing the studios or making the games selling poorly because these mass layoffs. So not apples to apples. Perhaps not. I just think it comes with its own set of problems. So, like, in other words, if you were to hand over certain studios to the opposite end and to those people, I feel like the results would also not be good ultimately. Like, it's going to have its own batch of problems. And I think that we just need to get to an honest, rational place of, like, there can be a much better balance, and it just requires people. And I've always said this, and Spickspan, I think you can agree with this. I think anybody can agree with this, truthfully. It's like, just focus on making the best possible game you can for your fans, for the people who are supporting you. Focus on that, and you can't go wrong. Now, that's the thing, though. It's like, what if you hate your fans? Then you might need to consider a career change. And I mean that. Like, if you don't like your audience of people who are buying your product and supporting what you do, and you're like, I don't like them. I don't want to make something to make them happy. They piss me off. Then it's like, I'm not even kidding. It's like, I think you might need to find a new career, because that's crazy. And that's my honest to God feedback, where I think, Spickspan, I think the problem ultimately is that there are too many people involved in games that actually don't want to be involved in games. And they have this kind of animosity. They have this resentment. That's like, why? Why? And I think ultimately it's because it comes from within, where they're like, they're not happy with what they're doing. They were meant to do something else. And somehow they got involved in games. Jeez, man. Oh, hold on. Telling you, my neck really starts to feel like it's got to be cracked in a certain way. That's why people keep telling me to go to a, what the hell is it called? You know what it's called. Hold on. Wall Warrior saying, it's weird to be this animated over games you don't play. Y'all don't own an Xbox or sub to Game Pass, so where's the anger coming from? Thank you, MBG. Well, I guess that's where, for me, it kind of does come from a place of, like I said, man, I did come from Xbox. And here's, I'll reveal to you the biggest secret of all, okay? That I think so much time has went by, and I think they're genuinely, and it's hard for me to be, like, mad at people in this position, but it's like they genuinely don't know, because it hasn't been a decade yet, but it's getting close to a decade, where it's like, I came from Xbox. I was the guy who was trying to support Microsoft even during the Xbox One era, where I tried to tell people, like, guys, they're reversing their course on stuff. Like, they still have some good games, or what looked to be some potentially good games, until Crackdown 3 came along. And I was the guy who believed in State of Decay 2. I was the guy who tried to be like, Sea of Thieves can be a good game, sure. And they got some stuff they're working on, and, like, they can come back. I tried to be that guy because that's what I actually felt. I did enjoy Xbox for quite a while there, and I came off of the 360 era, and the 360 was amazing. But, I kind of got to a point of, like, I just can't, like, I can't take it anymore. They don't know what they're doing. Like, this isn't ever going to change. And people are right. I gave up. I was like, I waved the white flag. I give up. You guys are right. I'm going to go try the other side, because everybody's telling me everything you're asking for, MBG, it's over there. And the big secret here, Walroar, is that nobody wanted to believe me for some reason. When I would say, I wonder why my neck's all fucked up. It's probably because I'm doing this, trying to talk to my mic, doing this. No one wanted to believe me. No one wanted to believe me when all the harsh criticism I was giving Microsoft, all the shit I was saying to them, You're fucking this up. You're like when I freaked out about Bleeding Edge. Do you guys remember that in 2019? I was like, what the fuck is this? Notice how my reaction to that is the same one you're seeing to something like Horizon Hunter's Gathering. Because it's legitimately like, what the fuck are you doing? Who asked for this? No one, like literally, nobody wants this, period. You know? And while we're saying thanks for explaining, some of us do have autism and need explanation for emotional takes. I do remember you saying Ninja could be the Xbox Naughty Dog. Well, thank you, Walroar. Yeah. Venino, you're saying, I have to call you out, man. You played Hellblade 2 on Game Pass with a free trial. Hey, listen. Am I not supposed to take that? Oh, MPG's not supposed to take the deal? MPG, we're going to tell you how great the deal is. You can't take it. Come on. No, it's fine, dude. You're right. You're right. If I really, I'll take the L. Benino, you're right. If I really wanted to support Ninja Theory that much, I would have just flat out bought the Xbox PC version. Because I think that's what I played on through the Xbox app. Or just the PC version in general. I just would have bought it for $50. You're right. You're right. No, you're right. So so I'm guilty here as well. I'm guilty. I'm a pony. The pony's not buying their games. What are they doing? You say, please react to mag/cult show reading Microsoft employee email leak timestamp 215. Whose channel is that on? You're saying the mag/cult show. Is that on Colt Eastwood's channel or Mag's channel? Well, why do you want me to react to this, first of all, Benino? Explain yourself. What are you setting me up for? Oh, fuck's sake, dude. You guys are just going to have to watch me do weird things with my neck right now. You enjoying the show? I'm going to have to do my neck exercises. It's just how it's got to be. And just breathe heavily into the mic while I do it. Like, I'm going to stop because audio only listeners are like, what the fuck is going on? I'm sorry. If you're an audio Shadowlink, I'm sorry. I know he's probably listening to audio only. I'm sorry. God. Can we hear a drum solo? I would, but I don't know, man. I can't. I've been trying to play drums a little bit here and there, but I can't deny that it makes my pain a lot worse. I've been trying. MBG, did you see that interview with Housemarque today that they're expanding to 120 devs? You're telling me they're not shutting down? Mag was reading an internal email for employees. Colt was kind of visibly annoyed. It's good, I promise. Well, I don't know. I don't want to do that shit, to be honest. Like, I've criticized people who do that shit all the time. Where it's like, if they were like, I don't want to react to people where it's just like I just want to laugh at them and make fun of them. Like that shit. Like, come on, that's fucking loser behavior. I'm just being honest. Like I could never respect people who do that because it's like were you the person that bullied people in high school or something? Because that come on, it's like we're adults here, you know. Maybe you're right. I mean, maybe it was kind of funny. I don't know, but I don't know. I'm not interested in that per se. Titus, what are you saying? Well, I mean, look, I'm not saying he's making fun of them per se. I'm just saying like the internal. If you're talking about the internal email, I'm pretty sure they just posted that on the Xbox Wire, didn't they? They just slightly altered some of the wording. I'm pretty sure that's what you're talking about, right? Saying ABG, it's not in that way. Colt just didn't agree with the employees. Okay. Well, maybe. I don't know. I still have stuff I'm supposed to be talking about here. I haven't really even covered all the topics, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. If you got if people want more reaction content, I could try to make that a thing, but I'll have to make that its kind of own dedicated segment. or something, you know? I don't want to just like do it on the fly. You know what I'm saying? Because the biggest reason is I'm already having a hard enough time staying on track here, just talking to you guys about the shit I want to talk about. I start throwing in video clips and video content, I'm cooked. It's toast at that point. MBG watching the toxic Xbox breakdown is some of the best content ever. It's like watching people in a cult finally being freed and going outside and realizing everything was a lie. Well, there's been a lot of cognitive dissonance over the last 6 years, man. I get it. But like, yeah, at some point, like people do just have to kind of wake up and realize like you don't have to hate something. You also don't have to be so in love with it that you can't see the flaws. It's okay. It's all gonna be okay. One of my mods can check if I don't understand. All right, well, we'll see. Stop trying to sway me. God, can't I just do what I want? Oh yeah, they released Jason in Dead by Daylight. Michael, you don't see any flaws with me? Good, keep it that way. Michael knows how I like it. He knows how I like it. I put out, look, again, I said The Verge is reporting that Ninja Theory is shutting down. Hold on one sec. But then there was another post here from Charlie Intel. Charlie Intel, this is also originally reported from The Verge. They said Ninja Theory staff were told on a call today, which was yesterday, the studio is being shut down by Xbox. Ninja Theory is hoping for a potential buyer to save the studio. So I said, and I wasn't trying to anger Xbots here. I mean this. I know they're not going to believe me. Wait, hold on. That's the wrong one. I quote tweeted it and I said, I genuinely believe Ninja Theory could thrive with Sony. I would love to see that happen. So yes, would I like to see Sony? Would I like to see Sony potentially be the one to acquire Ninja Theory if it comes down to they're going to be sold off and somebody's got to come save them? Yes. What's perplexing to me is the amount of people that are like completely against this. And I'm like, guys, we need logic to prevail here. This is an instance where we need logic to prevail, okay? Somebody said, yeah, right after what happened with Bungie, I'm sure they'd be willing to dive right in. So with this person, I can kind of agree that Sony probably is scared shitless to buy anybody for any reason. We have to understand if Microsoft is getting rid of Ninja Theory, they're doing it because they're not making money. So the idea that Sony would willingly come in and save a studio that's not making money, well, they already did that with Bungie. So yeah, it makes sense why they wouldn't do that. But surely people understand where I'm coming from with this, where it's like the original Hellblade was a PlayStation 4 exclusive. Ninja Theory worked with Sony before, with Heavenly Sword, I believe. Yeah, it was like a big PS3 exclusive. Like there's a history there. And I always viewed Ninja Theory as the one that got away from Sony. Where like when we talk about studios like Housemarque, and unfortunately now Bluepoint's fucking shuttered, which is maybe a reason they shouldn't buy Ninja Theory if they have the opportunity. Although, what's it matter if they're going to get shut down anyway? When they buy certain studios that feels like this is a perfect match, I genuinely feel like Ninja Theory would be a perfect match for Sony. Where it's like they literally are making these cinematic single-player experiences that have, you know, really strong characterization, really good narrative storytelling, something that probably wins. I mean, Ninja Theory wins awards, dude. You know, it's like they have great technology. I feel like Sony maybe would be the right if you know, some of maybe like Herman or some of the higher ups at PlayStation Studios, they can kind of help shepherd them better, you know, and better than Microsoft could potentially, and lead them to become a stronger studio. Like I feel like Ninja Theory needs another chance, dude. Like when they showed Senua, I'm like, this looks better than Hellblade 2. This looks like this in some ways. This looks significantly better than Hellblade 2. It looks like they really took the feedback in, and I'm like, they deserve another chance. I don't want to see them go under because I think that I really still, maybe I have too much faith in Ninja Theory, but I'm like, they can still be a fantastic top tier studio. I really believe in them. So yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not saying I want Sony to acquire them to make them exclusive or anything. It's not about that. It's just about like literally when I look at the publishers who could come in and buy Ninja Theory, I really feel like Sony. It's like, dude, this studio would be at home with you guys. Unless Sony's like, we're gonna buy them and make a live service, like unless they do some stupid shit like that. But people were very upset that I was saying this. Somebody says glazing looks bad on you. How did that work before? What else would you say? Like this, dude, this is the level of mental incompetence I have to deal with. I guess I don't have to. I don't have to post on Twitter. But it's like that's an upvoted comment. Like I'm sitting here saying like Sony and Ninja Theory would be a good pair, like they were in the past. I'm just glazing. Oh man. Somebody says Sony already has too much on their plate. I can kind of agree with that. I don't know that I have the most confidence in Sony to be able to manage another studio, but I don't know, man. It's about, I don't know. You know what's crazy though? Somebody says, are you serious after all the recent PlayStation studio closures and Bungie? People don't seem to understand. Like, I'm saying this because the alternative is they are getting shut down. Why? But my question is, why are people mentioning Bungie? Why are people bringing up Bungie in regards to Ninja Theory? Like, Bungie fucked themselves. Sony just didn't realize it until it was too late. Sony didn't mismanage Bungie. Bungie mismanaged themselves to a point where they were on the brink of death, and Sony said, yeah, we'll buy you. And everybody thought everything was fine until it's like, oh my God, they're terminal. What did we do? What did we just do? And I feel like with Ninja Theory, you like, how could you even compare that, dude? How could you even compare that? Now, I do think Ninja Theory did damage to themselves as well. Keep them third party. Ninja Theory did damage to themselves as well, where, like, you know, they... Again, Hellblade 2 was supposed to be so much bigger and so much better than it was. At the very least, it was supposed to have much better gameplay elements, where the last thing you were going to assume that Hellblade 2 would be worse than 1, right? But that's what I'm saying. Like, when I see Senua, I'm like, this looks like the Hellblade 2 we were supposed to get, gameplay-wise. You could, like, they're showing off dual wielding and shit. I'm like, this looks awesome. But I don't know. I guess I'm just, it doesn't have to be Sony. I want to make that clear. It doesn't have to be Sony. I don't give a shit who gets them at this point. I just don't want to see them shut down. If Ninja Theory gets shut down, that is like one of the few studios that Microsoft could shut down. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? You know, like that one hurts. I still believe in Ninja Theory. I think what hurts the worst, and this is where it's like, I know some people don't want to hear it, but I'm going to say what I got to say. Leave it to Xbox, dude. I'm sorry. But like, leave it to Xbox to reach some kind of new low where they're like, we're going to announce a new game from this studio and then we're going to let this studio know a week later we're shutting them down. Like, you got to be fucking kidding me, dude. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Somebody pointed out, though, they're like, oh, remember that one time Jim Ryan visited Sony London and took a photo with the staff and they were smiling and happy, and then 3 days later announced they're closing? I'm like, yeah, it's nasty work, bro. It's disgusting ass shit. Like, what is wrong? I'm telling you, you got to be a little bit of a psychopath to be in these positions and do this shit. Why show the game? I mean, people are theorizing. They're like, oh, well, they showed the game. They wanted to see the reaction and they wanted to see if it would get, if it would generate a lot of buzz and get people very excited. And it didn't. So now they're like, well, and I'm like, that's crazy. That's like, I hope that's not the case, because it's like you're gonna determine a studio's fate on a reaction to a trailer. Even Sony didn't do that with Concord, bro. Like, come on. And that arguably is like the one time where it's like, shut it down. Not in this case. Not with Senua, dude. MEG, please just ignore the Xbots asking about PlayStation. They're cooked and just want to distract you. No, I'm not. I'm not going to ignore them, MacTube, because we're going to squash them. We're going to take care of them, MacTube. This is why I'm saying, like, all the people that think, oh, you're just a pony. You just hate Xbox. It's like, give me time. Give me time when I get around to it. And people are going to realize, like, yeah, we can't say that anymore. We could do an outro song today, Gaming Survivor, but we got to hit 50 members. We hit 26. Thank you, guys. Amazing. We hit 50 members. I'll play Gaming Survivor's new song. It's been a long time since we got a new song. Where's Rich Rod, by the way? Are you kidding me right now? Like, where, of all the streams for him not to be part of, hold on one sec, guys. All right. Sorry. But yeah, if listen, if we hit 50 members today, I think we can. We still have some time. If we hit 50 members, Gaming Survivor, I'll play your song for the outro when we end the stream. It's been a while. It's been a while. Why are there now always ads playing on the stream? I don't know. Oh, okay. It's because it's set to automatic and not manual. I'm surprised nobody said anything until now. Normally I have it set to manual. I don't know. I booted up the stream real quick. I probably accidentally skipped over it, so that's not the norm. I don't like running automatic ads while I'm live. If somebody just clicks on the stream and you get one ad in the beginning, I'm fine with that. I don't like the mid-roll ads because I feel like that screws people up. You know, like you're watching me live, so you're gonna miss content, and that makes me uncomfortable. YouTube always sends me the survey and asking me why I don't run mid-roll ads, and like I always give them the feedback. I'm like, there's many reasons. Nobody on YouTube does it. It's not like Twitch where it's just expected. It happens. You don't have a choice. That's why, like, I hope YouTube doesn't do this, but they got to realize it's like if you give people the choice, they're not going to run it because it's just detrimental to the viewer and it's going to make the streamer look like the bad guy. It's like YouTube, if you're that desperate for ads, you're just going to have to pull a Twitch. At least I think that's how Twitch does it, right? Where it's just like, you don't have a choice. We're making the choice for you. I hope they don't do that. I like the autonomy they give me. But, there's already mid-roll ads and videos. I always keep my ads, I try to keep it ad-free while I'm live. I don't mind when I'm not live, and it just pauses the video or whatever. That's fine. Truthfully, though, to be honest, though, I've never experimented. I don't know. Maybe I should have just left them on the stream, see if I make any more money. Sorry, guys, I'm going to be running ads left, right, up, down, center. Nah, I wouldn't do that. Unless it's like you're missing out on hundreds of dollars of ad revenue. It's like, you know what, though? Ad revenue, I don't know, man. I appreciate whatever ad revenue I get, but this is why, like, I just feel so much better when it's like, okay, advertisement revenue can help, but it just makes me feel so much better when I can say it's pretty much 90% of the content is fan funded because it's people saying like we want to pay to support this to keep it going. To me, that feels like a really fair and good exchange where there's nothing, it keeps it pretty clean, pretty simple. Can't really get any simpler than that. Show us your game collection. Eventually, I will. Eventually. But yeah, man, it's very depressing to see Ninja Theory on the chopping block. And here's the thing, okay? For some reason these days, I'm making a lot of Xbox fanboys very mad. And I've been telling you that so much of it has been, but what about Sony? And we're going to talk about that for a second. Did I get any games in the PO? Not that I'm aware of. No. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous that maybe people were putting. Listen, Michael, it's one of two things. Either people were putting, like they were writing the address wrong or something, or people are just the PO box thing just isn't going to stick around, because I think I went like twice. I got like one thing so far, which is fine, but it's like I definitely can't make that like a regular thing. If it's like, well, yeah, if it's not sustainable because nothing's going to show up. I'm waiting for somebody to send me a Mark Cerny cardboard cutout. Don't do that. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. I hope not, MacTube. That's crazy. Yeah, thanks a lot, Michael. You let me down, bro. You're supposed to send me like 100 things. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. No. No, to be honest, I was never too keen on a PO box, but I figure, it's like most other things on the channel. I'll experiment at least once, see what happens, I do think that thing Whiskey Gaming sent, though, that should be coming in. I think, yeah, he wants to see me open that. He made something for me, which is pretty cool. Anyway. You are part of the problem. Michael, you're like me with Hellblade. But it is so disheartening. And it really is like, dude, why do people feel the need? Why do people feel the need when the shit is hitting the fan with Xbox to always try to make it about PlayStation? Like, why? Why? Like, here's what's crazy. This guy, Neutral Zone, says, come on, MBG, you and the rest of the Sony fanboys do the same thing. You put false bullshit before anything has happened or invent shit. Find me the news where Xbox said they're already going to close down Ninja Theory. It's like, you gotta be fucking shitting me. And then he puts a picture of my thumbnail of my stream. Like, what? Bro, what the fuck? Like, what do you need? What more do you have? Multiple credible publishers or outlets and known Microsoft insiders like Tom Warren reporting this shit and vetting it. You have Jason Schreier. This is what I'm saying. Like, these people are out of their fucking minds. Like, I know that they're gaslit to the next dimension, but please go somewhere. Like, they need to go on an island, all of them together, and just do their own thing in fucking La La Land. Like, this is what's crazy to me. It's like it's you and like, that makes me a fanboy. Guys, I'm a fanboy because I'm covering Jason Schreier, Tom Warren, and multiple other outlets and insiders that are all corroborating the same thing, which is Ninja Theory was notified they're getting shut down. I'm just a fanboy who wants to shit on Xbox every opportunity I get. This is why I get frustrated. This is why I get upset and annoyed. So he says, so no different when PlayStation does anything bad and PlayStation fans just say, but what about Microsoft? So, like, let me get this straight. You're telling me there are people on the internet that are rabid, crazy PlayStation fanboys as well. Basically, the antithesis to the rabid Xbox, where anytime there's something going on with PlayStation, they say, but what about Xbox? I'm shocked. Wow, I'm shocked. But here's the thing. What these people don't understand is stop grouping me in with that shit. That's where I get mad. Where it's like, we don't do that here. We've literally never done that here. I swear to God, I'm going to make a fucking supercut of my crash out for Bluepoint. And anytime I see somebody say something, I'm literally going to have a 30-second supercut of me fucking losing it from that stream, that 5.5-hour stream where I would not shut the fuck up. And then the next day, I wouldn't shut the fuck up. And then the video I put out where I wouldn't shut the fuck up, and how I'm still not shutting the fuck up now about Bluepoint. They don't care. It's like they don't realize, like, you're the problem. You are the problem, not me. Not me. You want me to be the problem. I'm not the problem. I'm covering the bad news for PlayStation and I'm covering the bad news for Xbox. You're just mad because I prefer PlayStation. That's the problem with these people. That's always been the problem. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. Like, oh, you want to tell me whataboutism exists the other way around? Gee, I'm shocked. Don't project that shit onto me. Because, you know, the only people I'm projecting that onto are the people who are literally doing it to me in that fucking moment. Like, I want to show you guys this tweet, Zombie Dragon. I'm gonna read your super chat in just a second, Zombie Dragon. I just want to show people this really quick. Look at this shit. And I don't do this stuff. And I don't want to be doing this shit. I don't want to be doing it. Look at this. Hold on. I was just scrolling on Twitter. I don't know who this person is. All I know is I was like fucking taken. I couldn't believe their post. I'm not trying to light this person up. And I'm not even saying this guy's an Xbox fanboy. He's claiming he's not. So I want to make it clear. I'm not trying to put this guy on blast. He says he's not an Xbox fanboy. I believe he's a very small account, but it's the reason I want you to understand. It's not what he's saying. It's not the person. It's the fact that it's circulated. It's the fact that so many people that I know are Xbox fanboys that are propagating this, that are boosting this guy who otherwise, frankly, shouldn't be boosted because it's like, this is a massively flawed take. And I want to make that clear because I'm not trying to go after smaller people here or anything like that. I'm not trying to punch down. I hate that shit. But it's the sentiment that he's sharing. Okay? Look at this. It says, no way Xbox is getting this much heat for closing studios or moving them on from internal to independent. Don't forget previous leadership and poor decisions have cost Xbox dearly financially. I don't remember Sony getting this much heat with the way that they've handled Bungie all these years and other internal studios. It's business and very sad people may lose their jobs, but the industry as a whole has been very unpredictable the last 6 years. And I just, like, it is fucking crazy to me. Like, here, okay, I'm gonna try not to be emotional about this one. And Zombie Dragon, I am gonna read your super chat. I just want to get this point across. I'm just gonna try to be calm, cool, and collected with this one. Okay? The problem with this sentiment is you are taking anger, maybe not anger, disappointment, frustration, a feeling of disturbance, perhaps, very strong disturbance. You're taking all these negative feelings and you're saying, rather than direct it towards the company, the biggest company in video games, one of the biggest companies in the world, in the top 3, top 4, top 5 perhaps at this point, worth trillions of dollars, that spent hundreds of billions of dollars, outspent everybody, making the biggest moves that nobody else could make. And you're saying, well, rather than blaming just them, we really should remember what Sony did too, and also that it's the entire industry, guys. And I'm like, my friend, listen, and I mean this sincerely. If you are truly not an Xbox fanboy, I believe you. But please understand that this is the time to let them know. This is literally the appropriate time to let everybody channel their frustration, their animosity, their resentment, their disappointment towards the company that basically is doing all of the things right now because the chickens are coming home to roost. You know, all the chickens that we tried to warn them about. Now, does this mean that we should pretend Sony has never done anything? Should we pretend that Bungie doesn't exist? No, but what we shouldn't do, truly, is pretend that people didn't have fucking colossal meltdowns collectively. over the closure of Blue Point. That people didn't lose their fucking minds over everything that's happening with Bungie. One of the most popular streamers I see on YouTube, Aztec Cross, I think. Dude, they're like the Destiny fan base is literally trying to bait Sony right now. They're like, fuck Sony, bro. They won't greenlight Destiny 3. They're more furious with Sony than anything else right now. Which I get it. It's because Sony owns them. But it's like, what are we talking about here, man? Like, you can't, people need to understand the reason why this is such a big deal and it needs to be treated as such is because we can't, you know what we can't brush under the rug? We can't brush under the rug 3 fucking years of not only Microsoft, but Microsoft fanboys and grifters constantly fucking puffing up their chest and bragging about how Microsoft they are the most profitable company by a long shot. They're worth trillions. They can't be touched. They can do things that nobody else can because of their finances. They're the richest company. So yes, we can have the most studios. We can afford to subsidize Game Pass and put it out there for $1. You can't do all this shit for years straight, and then when the fucking shit hits the fan and it splatters all over the room and gets all over everybody, and everybody turns and says, what the fuck? You can't, in that moment, say, yeah, well, you know, but what about Sony? You can't. And I'll say the same thing to the PlayStation fanboys. I'm here. Put it on the fucking record. Clip it and ship it, you sons of bitches. Not my chat. You know who you are. Clip it and ship it. If you're a PlayStation fanboy, when Sony does something fucking stupid, don't change the topic. Don't try to gear shift. Don't try to push it on to something else. Look at Sony and let them know. Let them fucking know. That's what I've been doing. Yes, I want Herman to wake up tomorrow and be like, you know, why did I greenlight Horizon Hunters Gathering? That's what I want. I want this man to wake up and be like, I should really talk to Gorilla and we should really get to work on Horizon 3 right now. I want Herman to wake up and be like, what was I smoking when I said yes to Bungie? Like, this is what I want. Yes. When they fuck up, let them know. But this is where I'm trying to point out to people that the level that Microsoft has just fucked up and is now reaping what they've sown. We cannot understate it. We can't downplay it. We can't. This is where they genuinely need to be held. Their feet need to be held to the fire. It really has to happen, because if not, then everybody's going to think that, well, it's not that big of a deal. But you know why it's such a big deal too? Just to add one more thing on top of it, what makes it so much worse is the people like myself and many others. And yes, this is part of the reason, like, MBG, why do you get so animated over this? Because we tried to warn them. We were labeled everything under the sun because we didn't sit there and fall in line and say, we're okay paying $70 for our games. We don't need our games to be $1 through PlayStation Plus. We're fine paying for the quality, and we're fine with the way Sony does things. Yeah, but aren't you tired of getting nickel and dimed? And it's like, well, it depends what the proposition is. It depends what the offer is. Some things maybe we're good. Other things, this is totally fine. That's what makes it work. But for 4 years straight, under the, leadership of Phil Spencer, everybody had to fall in line, hold the line, the whole 9 yards. Like, that's why I try to tell people, like, are there radical Sony ponies and PlayStation fans that shouldn't be listened to because they sound fucking deranged? Deranged, not even deranged, but they just sound, it's just like are there PlayStation and Xbox fanboys that, like, these companies could come out, shit on stage, as if they do live events, say, there you go, give us your money, thank you, goodbye. Are there fanboys that'll be like, that was great, that was amazing? Yes. and they should never be acknowledged. They should never be listened to, because that is a problem. Okay? Zombie Dragon, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you so much for the super chats, man. Let me see. You got 3 here. You're saying, I think you meant to say, who cares if a game is political? One of the best games out there is nothing but political, Metal Gear, and most people will not care if there's a female lead. You need to make the character likable. I agree with that. And yes, Metal Gear Solid is my favorite. I don't think politics don't belong in games. I think it depends on how you handle them, how you present them. And you say here, a perfect example of this is Tomb Raider and the Metroid series. And the reason why a lot of people complain about a way a character looks is that that's the way a person will decide if they like a game or not. It's really no different than if you have an art style that no one likes, the Fortnite art style, or just like a really bad character design. Yeah, and that's like Zombie Dragon. I agree with that. We're like, I don't know, man. I feel like, going back to that conversation for a moment here, if you want, like, if a developer wants to sexualize their character, their main protagonist, like they want a female protagonist, we want to sexualize them. We want to make them as sexy as possible. I think that's fine. That's a decision. But understand what comes with that. What comes with that is you're really putting a spotlight on that. And if it's in the name of, yes, we want to do that, we want to appeal to the gooners, man. We want to have the sex appeal. Okay. That's nothing new in gaming. When it goes in the opposite direction, I want it, like, here's the reality check. Okay? The reality check is, if a developer says, we kind of want our main character to not look attractive, to the degree where we don't want to, like, make them ugly. Like, we don't want to make them like a hideous creature, you know, or like severely deformed or something. And you have to ask yourself, why not? Ask yourself that question. Why don't you want to do that? Because people will reject it. Unfortunately, it's human nature. It's the way it is. I didn't make the fucking rules. All right? Take it up with God. The other, you know, it's like, okay, we want to make our character... Oh, thank you, Josh. I'll make sure to read those. All right. Okay, yeah, I missed 2 direct donations. I'll read those in just a second. Thank you. The thing that studios have to keep in mind is, like, if you want to make your character extremely average, or maybe even below average in terms of sex appeal and attractiveness, that's totally fine. You should be allowed to do that. But do not be surprised. Do not be surprised if it doesn't have as much appeal as you had hoped. Like, do not be surprised if some people are turned off by, like, I don't like the way that character looks. Because let's face it, if the majority of your audience is male, which in most cases it is, not every case, but in most, you know, assuming they're straight males, right? They're going to see that and be like, well, you know, I'm not saying everybody's going to determine whether they're going to buy a game off of how attractive a character is, but just naturally speaking, it's like if you put, I don't know, 2 like dishes next to each other. One has all the embellishments, nice side, everything, the milkshake to go with it, and then one's just the burger, plain nothing. Nothing's going on. Just based off of human psychology, the way our brains work, the way we're designed, like, which one are you likely to lean towards? You know? It's that basic. Like, I think people overcomplicated this whole thing, where it's like, why is Lara Croft attractive? Because when she was created back during the PS1 era, it was like totally male dominant. And it's like, well, we have a higher chance of males finding their way to this game if we make, although it's funny because, you know, we're talking about like PS1 level graphics, but look at the reboot, or the remake. They're keeping her attractive. They could have made her ugly as shit if they wanted to, but they kept her attractive because it's like, yeah, it just makes sense. But she's not hypersexualized either, in my opinion. I'm overestimating the Gooner population. They're a very loud minority. I agree. Is the stream broken? Uh-oh. Guys, are we good? I just want to make sure we're good before I continue. I think we're good. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything in the chat, actually. We're good? Mustafa, we're good? All right, I think we're good. We're good. All right, I'm getting the feedback now. We're all good. Yeah, so, like, look, man, I'm just trying to say, like, would I ever actively make an ultimate purchasing decision based off of how a main character looks, male or female? No. Me personally, I would not. There's too many aspects to a game that appeal to me to just reduce it down to, I don't like the way this character looks, I'm not playing it. That's just the way it is. If they decided to, like, really make a character look really bizarre for their own reasons, would that make me question it and be a little bit more hesitant? Yeah, it's going to distract. That's the thing. It's going to distract. You know, if, like, they came out, what's a good example? So, like, I hate to bring it up again, but we'll just use Intergalactic for a moment. It's like everybody keeps wanting to be like, she's bald. She's fucking bald and she's shaving her head. And I'm like, I do agree that it kind of stands out a little bit where it's like, okay, they intentionally made her bald. And they made sure to make sure. They wanted to make sure you saw this character shaving their head. So in case, like, she's purposely bald. She's purposely shaving her head. Is it understandable that because they chose to make that something that kind of sticks out, that people are going to look at that and say, well, women usually, not all, I mean, there's plenty of bald women in the world overall, but usually women have longer hair or just hair in general. That's much more common. You know? It would be like showing a new male protagonist who has a hairstyle, like they have long hair, but it's styled to look more like a, you know, maybe more like a woman, like the way a woman would wear her hair. It's going to stand out. Like, people are going to pay attention to that and they're going to question it. Like, why? Like, it's peacocking in a way. That's what it is. It's peacocking. And some people might be thinking I'm overthinking it, but make no mistake, this was a very conscientious decision where it's like, we need to make the character bald, and we need to make sure that in the first trailer we ever show, she's shaving her head. And the only question we need to ask is why? Why? See, this is where I don't fully disagree with people, where they're like, I want you guys to understand this. This should help you better understand the point I'm trying to make. Naughty Dog came off of The Last of Us Part 2, and we waited many, many years to see their new game, their brand new game. And I want you to understand, they could have shown us anything about this game. And I mean anything. They're in complete control. This is our first impression. We can show you fucking anything. And that 4-minute trailer is what they as a studio determined. The leadership said, this is what we want you to see. Were there some good things? Yes. Were there some things that were 100% done to make people go, okay? Yes. That's what we need to be wary of. Not saying it means Intergalactic's going to be a bad game. Not saying it's going to fail. Not saying you should dislike it. Not saying you should like it. I'm just saying we need to understand that conscientious decisions are being made. And here's what I would tell Naughty Dog. And I don't give a fuck how much it hurts people's feelings. We're in business. Fucking look around you, my friends. Jobs gone. Studios, Thanos snapped out of existence. If that's me at Naughty Dog, I'm saying give that woman some long, luscious, beautiful hair. That's what I'm saying. Make people get excited about her head. Whoa. Whoa. Her hair. You know what I meant. Don't. 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 Long pause. Hold up. And then I would be escorted out of Naughty Dog because they're like, what's wrong with this guy? Whatever you say, you fucking gooner. Maybe, dude, Neo, that would be so funny. When I tell you, I would give Naughty Dog the biggest high five if they did that, where like her hair grows, bro. I'd be like, yes, amazing. 10 out of 10 troll. I love it. I love it. But you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm trying to say. I like, if I'm Naughty Dog, I'm like, I just want to give our game the best chance, man. I want people to be excited. I want them to feel good. Of course, I have a message we want to get across with the overall theme of this. But yeah, anyway, I'm sorry. I'm keeping you guys, Josh, I apologize, man. I'm keeping you guys waiting with these direct donations. I'm going to read Laman's first because he sent his first, Josh. He says, MBG, the best way to reduce game budgets is to create AI to debug the game, which would be extremely efficient since it takes years to debug games. I agree. And AI for stuff like that, go for it. We don't need game dev cycles to reach 7, 8, 9, 10 years. Anything that can help that's not taking away from the actual creativity side. I'm all for Laman. Moonshot says, MBG, you're just jealous. You just won an Xbox. I started yesterday's stream and it's a banger. This seems like a banger too. Do I stay now or watch yesterday's? I mean, obviously I'd prefer you to stay right now, but I basically went off in the ways that I needed to go off today. We're almost 3 hours in. So the energy has mostly, like, that high energy of like freaking out and stuff has basically been expended. I'm certain Microsoft's going to give me another reason to go off again. Maybe Sony will this week. We'll see. I don't want it to be this way. Like, people have to understand. I know you guys understand. Those of you who've been riding with me for a long time, you know I've always had a certain level of volatility to me, but generally speaking, I like to be excited. I like to be excited. I like to be hyped. I like the positive vibes. I like the good stuff. But it's just, it's been difficult for me to accept that across the board. It's true to an extent. Like, there's just some stuff that's going on that's like, what is happening anymore, man? Like, it's not all bad, but it's like, what the fuck is happening? Things are just getting so bizarre and so strange, and I don't know. I've just had a hard time adjusting to it, where it's like, I don't know. A lot of crazy people, a lot of crazy shit going on. Yeah, exactly, Petrov. Crazy times. Crazy times indeed. Well, let me go see. Hold on. Let me go check Reddit. Okay, so I'm going to cover this real quick. So a lot of people were giving me shit for covering. I apologize. I did forget to do this. People were giving me shit for covering Sneakers SO yesterday. And we have Daniel D coming in, renewing his membership. He's keeping the member train rolling. Like I said, guys, if you want me to play the next banger, AI banger from Gaming Survivor to close out the stream, we'll try to push for 50 members today. It's okay if we don't hit it, but that's the goal at the moment. But Daniel, thank you for renewing your membership, buddy. That brings us to 27.
Appreciate it.
Definitely good progress today. Oh, your credit card changed and it messed up your membership. Okay, well, I appreciate you renewing, bro. You went out of your way to renew. Thank you so much for that. It means a lot. So Sneakers SO has been saying a lot about what's going on with Microsoft. One of the things he said yesterday, he said, I know for a fact the true picture of their financial situation really did not enter the discussion until 3 to 4 weeks ago, maybe a touch more, and the slated layoff round predates even that. and it predates Asha Sharma even entering the picture. He says, I know they are under no illusion that the entirely fan service pleasing exclusive talk was nothing more than a show for convention season. Already there is talk about how to reverse course on it. Now, this actually prompted Matthew Ball to reply. Hold on. Where? I'm trying to find the tweet from Matthew Ball. I'm sorry, I didn't have it up, but he did reply. I think he replied. They would probably reply to Jez Corden. I think it's got to be Jez Corden. Okay, yeah. So hold on. Wait, I thought Matthew Ball replied. Now I can't find. I'm sorry, guys. I can't find his reply. I found. Okay, sorry. I was under the wrong tweet. All right, so let me read this to you guys. So again, just to recap, Sneakers SO yesterday says basically that, you know, oh man, Sneakers SO said yesterday they're already thinking about reversing course on exclusivity. Jez Corden says it's fan fiction that Microsoft wants to, quote, reverse course on Xbox exclusives right now, or that it was some kind of weird PR sleight of hand just for a showcase. Exclusive games is a foundation of the strategy for post-memory crisis. Just how far they go with it remains to be seen. Obviously, Microsoft/Satya likes to change strategy and create uncertainty a lot, which, yes, that seems to be very clear. And so Matthew Ball says these rumors are false. Gears of War E-Day and Clockwork Revolution will stay exclusive. There are no conversations and have been no conversations to, quote, reverse course. And as we said last week, players can continue to expect signature exclusives from us every year. So I do think it is nice. See, this is where it's like, I like when it feels like we're getting something concrete. But I need to remind people, like, it's I'm going to be honest, guys, and I know this is going to sound harsh. Some of you are going to like this. But it's like, fuck you guys. You know, am I right? You know what I mean? It's like, why the fuck should I care what you have to say anymore? Like, you do all this, and I get it. Whoa, hey, Asha Sharma, Matthew Ball, we've only been in charge for like 100 days. I've only been here for a couple weeks. What are you doing? I don't care. Stop talking. Stop saying shit. Like, that's how I feel. And I'm going to be honest, I'm pretty sure that's how most Xbox players feel. They don't, even the fanboys, they just don't want to admit it. Like, shut the fuck up, man. What are we doing? You, like, dude, may I remind these people that you just took your fans on the ride of their fucking life, bro. Let's go back to February 2024 when the whole fan base melted down. Because what did you, Microsoft, yes, you're still working for the company Microsoft. You're still working for the brand Xbox. What did you say? Phil said, just 4 games. Calm down. It's just 4 games. Meanwhile, people like me are like, there it is. I told you they were going to do it. I told people you'd have to be foolish to believe Phil. I had a conniption because I told them. I was like, you can't believe what this man is telling you right now. Please don't. And what did they try to do? They were in denial. Jez Corden himself. Look at his tweet's famous. It's just fanboy hopium. Their exclusives are never going to PlayStation 5. It's fanboy hopium. And I don't blame them. That's what I'm saying. Like, even the Xbox fans are like, they ain't going to do that. Like, come on, man. Like, you think they're going to put Halo on PlayStation? Meanwhile, I'm sitting there telling them, like, listen to what Phil's saying. If you have any sense, if you know how to read between the lines, even just a little bit, he's signaling. He's signaling. He's letting you know it's coming. It's happening. Brace yourself. This is the part where you brace yourself. We're just trying to ease it. We're trying to let you down gently. Trying to rip the Band-Aid slow. And it goes on for a year and a fucking half, which is a long time. A year and a half, where one by fucking one, all the games that we were told weren't going to come to PlayStation, that the fanboys aggressively defended would, and just, God, man, they just threw their bodies at it. Like, you know, into the fucking meat grinder. Like, it's not happening. One by fucking one. It happened to the point where we are now looking at a goddamn Halo remake trailer being shown off, not on the Xbox Series X, on the fucking PS5 Pro. But these fucking people, these fucking clowns still want us to take what they're saying seriously? No. Nope. No, thank you. Now, listen, for all the fanboys that are going to get mad and say, oh, well, I guess you just want to believe Sneakers SO. You know what? I'll fucking take his word over Microsoft's any day at this point, bud. Yeah. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Is this a joke? It is. The answer is yes. It is a joke. They're all wearing clown wigs. And who cares? Go ahead, Microsoft. Go for it. Make Gears of War EA exclusive. I can't wait for the competition. Oh, wait, there's not going to be competition because nobody's going to fucking buy it. Prove me wrong. Guess who wins if I'm proven wrong? I do. And the Xbox fans do. But I do too. Because if I'm proven wrong, that means hold up. If I'm proven wrong, that means Xbox sales are going to start going up. That means suddenly, you know what though? Xbox players are buying their games. And that means Sony, wake up. You have a competitor again. I'll believe it when I fucking see it, but I am done. I am done giving the benefit of the doubt to these fucking lying snakes that come from the Xbox division. Like, I'm done, dude. Keep talking. Nobody, like, who's just keep exposing who's been gaslit into the fourth dimension at this point, where they've lost touch with all reality. Because every time these executives talk and they say something like very affirmative, like, actually, this isn't true. Like, please, you guys don't even know what the fuck's going on. You don't even know. You know, like, for fuck's sake, you're the same company that just announced Senua, and now we're hearing you're shutting him down. You're the same company that is shutting down award-winning studios. You're the same company that just sent fucking Matt Booty and Asha Sharma to congratulate fucking Compulsion on winning this award as if it means fucking jack all to you, just to shut him down. Same fucking studio, same company, and this guy is still working there, Aaron Greenberg. They come out and they're like, yeah, man, Hi-Fi Rush met all of our metrics. It was a success. God. MVP Moss with a $5 chat says, LOL, where are the Xbots at from a couple of weeks ago? Glazing the fuck out of it. Nick? Question mark? You're not crazy, MBG. I don't understand that last part you're saying. You're not crazy, MBG. These people are not rational. They're not rational to see it. I mean, it's just like, dude, they just come at me because I'm telling you, man, I guess I just exude this energy where they're like, this guy can't be right. There's no way this guy can be right. And I guess, yeah, to an extent, it is pretty bad, right? If I'm right about calling out a company where it's like, this is what they're doing, this is what's going to happen, I guess something is wrong. The question is, why not? Why not show a trailer with a bald woman? Matato's still pondering. Either he's behind on the stream or he's like, this is interesting, MBG, but bald women. Why not? Shadowlink says, MBG, the avid PS box enjoyer. Hell yeah, bro. Oh, Mr. Blood Pressure Gamer. At this point, I'm basically like exercising, you know, getting my blood pressure this high. I'm just gonna be fucking doing reps with my next better. I'm like, fuck it, I'm so fucking tired of these goddamn Xbox executives talking shit, lying. I'm gonna fucking put my fist through the goddamn wall. Oh man. These people, bro. These people. Well, yeah. I mean, who without ranting and without losing my mind, I'm just going to sincerely ask the question. I'm just going to ask the question, how could anybody take anything that's being said from any executive at Xbox anymore seriously? Not saying there's anything wrong with reporting on it. Not saying there's anything wrong with saying, here's what they said. But to put any level of faith or belief in it is wicked at this point. And I think that the new leadership needs to maybe try, like if I'm giving sincere feedback, I think the new leadership needs to understand what the fan base has just been through. And that's the thing. Somebody got mad at me on Twitter and they're like, who's we? And put that like gif of the dude swinging his fist saying, shut the fuck up. It's like, you don't even play on Xbox. It's like, bitch, I don't need to play on Xbox. I can talk about whatever the fuck I want. That's what I say to that guy. Who's we? You're here. I didn't ask you to be here. Responding to my fucking tweet. I love these people. Keep it coming. Keep engaging. I love it. I love the people that they want to come at me so hard. It's like, engage. Give me money. Give me your time. Give me the most precious thing you will never get back. Give me your time. You want to hurt me? Walk away. It's that simple. It's always been that simple. I think I got a direct donation from Walroar. He's like, MBG, the fuck's wrong with you? No, I'm just kidding. He didn't say that. Walroar says, MBG, have you ever played Soma? I think that's a game you would enjoy. Super crazy mindfuck. We need more games like that. That's a game that's deep on my, that's been on my backlog for years. I need to play that. So many people have recommended that game to me. That is like one game that keeps popping up that anytime it's recommended, like people are like, I think this is genuinely a game you would enjoy. Did they ever make a sequel to that? I'll have to get around to it eventually. That's a PS4 game, right? One day I'll play it. Remind me. The next time I tell you guys I have nothing to play or I'm looking for something to play, remind me of that because I would like to play it. Oh my God. Jeez. I think all this yelling is like, it's helping my neck a little bit, you know? Hold on. See, I want the record to show, by the way, like, this right here is why I'm probably never, I'm not saying I can't collab with people, but I'm, like, you can see I'm a flight risk for a lot of people. Like, it's like, MBG, why don't you collab with anybody? Because, like, dude, people are going to be like, oh, man, this guy, he's, okay. I don't know. I'll reach out to Colin Moriarty, maybe. I mean, I'll try to reach out to Colin. I'll see if maybe I could go on his show or he could come on mine or something. I'm saying that because I watched his stream yesterday. He was streaming solo yesterday. And he reminded me of myself a little bit, but it was so funny, dude. Like, I'm only used to watching Colin Moriarty stream, or not stream, but like when he does Sacred Symbols, it's like a little bit more, you know, buttoned up and I guess professional. I mean, they talk about crazy shit, but I'm just saying it was so funny. I'm like, dude, I should see if I can, because I ended up asking him about, I wanted his thoughts on the one, basically like Microsoft doing a 180 to seemingly validate Sony and Nintendo's business models of going back to exclusives or doing exclusives to sell consoles. And I don't know. There's some people out there, man. I would like to talk to them at some point. Maybe that's the next path forward. Mr. Matty Plays. Oh, he would be interesting. Yeah. I don't listen to him too often, but I've come across him a couple times. He seems like a good dude. You're not again, MacTube. You're telling me Xbox is currently run by Ball and Booty. MBG, please explain to people why you said Sony should acquire Ninja Theory, because I 100% agree with you. I think Sony should acquire Ninja Theory if they're given the chance, because Ninja Theory makes these very cinematic, story-heavy, narrative-heavy, really well-made story-wise games that I think it's like when you think of PlayStation Studios, I really believe the first thing that comes to most people's minds is like really good storytelling, or at the very least, single-player games, you know? Ninja Theory, they have the graphical expertise. I mean, their games look beautiful. They have the technical expertise. I really and Heavenly Sword, and even, I mean, dude, even the first Hellblade proved like they have what it takes to make really fun and really great combat and really good gameplay. And I just think that Hellblade 2 is a bit of a miss, you know? New Soul, you're saying, I think Matthew Ball just casually needs to put a mirror in front of you by pointing out your own channel and use your own logic against you. And I would assume you would say, that's just plans changing. Well, keep in mind, New Soul. Keep this in mind, New Soul. Will we reach a point? Will we reach a point where it's like the shit hitting the fan is over? It's water under the bridge. And it's like, this is just the new way forward for Xbox. Yes. Is the day going to come? Is the day going to come where Microsoft is back to being like, if we were to assume, New Soul, that they are serious this time, like if I take what Matthew Ball says seriously, like if I actually were to do that, right? And it's like, okay, so you guys are going back to exclusives. Oh God, Rich Rod, you're late. We are going back to exclusives. We're going back to putting the console at the center, and we're here to be a viable competitor to Sony and Nintendo. You know, New Soul, like at the end of the day, for everything I'm saying right now, as this is happening, as a portion of the collapse is occurring, you know that I've never been against that. And it's like, if I'm not hanging on to it, because I don't believe it. I stand by. I will believe it when I see it. But if I'm just throwing out possibilities, I say, if you are serious about Gears of War E-Day being exclusive, Clockwork being exclusive, and future titles being exclusive, and it's all in the name of, we want to sell our box, I'll never be against that. I will never be. Like, that's, like, if that means 10 years from now, not 10 years, but like 5 years from now, somehow next gen, the Xbox Helix is right on the heels of the PS6, and it's being driven by really good exclusives, and Microsoft actually figured it out. They just figured out we have to get better at making really compelling games, making them exclusive, and making our fucking box a viable one that you want to consider buying when it comes to, purchasing decisions for people who are interested in consoles. If they do that, it's like, okay, I guess everything that happened was a necessary sacrifice in the long run to get to that point. But where we stand right now, it's like, I don't I feel I would, and I'm just saying this honestly, I would genuinely feel like a fool. What did Colin say, MBG? Because he's against exclusives. He said it multiple times. I don't know. Well, I don't have to really. I mean, the general consensus that I got from him, or his reply, was I think he did say, he was like, well, Microsoft they were losing the game, and they did what they felt they had to do, which was like flip the table and completely change the the entire business model and the industry. And they felt that they had to do that. And he says he doesn't fault them for that. But he was just saying that he was kind of saying what I was saying earlier, like it just didn't work. And I don't know, maybe I should go play what he said. Hold on. Because you know what? I just realized like that's still there. Like that just happened yesterday. I'm talking about it as if it's just like in the ether. It doesn't exist. You can't see it. Rich Ron's freaking out. He's like, ah. Oh, wait, Mitch, what were you saying? I'm just hyped for Wolverine, but I'm concerned about the longevity of the console games with insane budgets. I mean, that's fair, dude. It is a concern. They got to get it under control. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find this. I don't know. Or did somebody maybe drop timestamps on his stream yesterday? Okay, here it is. I'm checking to see if it's timestamped or not. Oh yeah, somebody did do timestamps. Holy shit, those are insanely detailed timestamps. Jesus. Every single super chat is timestamped. That's insane. All right, hold on. I'll bring stuff for you. So just because I don't want to put words in his mouth. I'm not going to be able to quote him entirely, but I did ask him. New Soul, you're saying, MEG, can you point out the difference between lying versus plans changing to know if you can tell the difference? Just to know if we are on the same page. Lying is purposely being deceptive. It's saying you're going to do one thing, knowing you're going to do another. Changing plans is literally that. It is, but here's the funny thing about that, New Soul. So I think we're on the same page. You know, I think we're on, like, we understand there is a fundamental difference here, but there's a saying that comes to mind, New Soul. There is a saying that comes to mind, and it's such a pertinent saying. It's one I've brought up multiple times throughout my life because it's sad how true it is. You ever hear the saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions? That very much, to me, sums up, and it's not just for Microsoft. It's specifically right now we're talking about them, but so often is the case where it's like you had a good intention. You did, like, this is where it's like, if you want me to be totally real, I can be real. Like, I can be rational. It's like, did Phil Spencer want to shut studios down? Did Phil Spencer go up to studios and say, I want to buy you so I can fuck you over? No. That's not what that wasn't his intention. Phil's intentions were good. It's just, unfortunately, no matter how good your intentions are, if they don't line up with reason and logic, and even beyond that, like we're talking about, like, business sense, it's like all those good intentions, you're paving the road to hell, ultimately. And you got to be aware of that. If you think we're paving the road, it's like you're going down, down, down. You're paving the road to go down. You got to realize that. And that's where it's like, I get pissed off and I call them liars. In the same way that I get pissed off when I call Sony liars, when it's like, you know, they say, oh yeah, we're just gonna have a couple games. We're going to do live service. Well, I don't know if they ever actually said that, but they come out and they're like, we're going to do 12 to 13 live service games and it's going to be great. And it's like, liars. Like but I know it's like the plans changed. The plans changed because the plans don't work out because you know what the reality is, New Soul? This is the reality for all of this to an extent. The reality is, like, most of the time, the plane is being built in the air. Hold on one sec. I want to play this for you, though. Is the chat still working? I don't know what's going on. Guys, is my stream okay? I don't know if the chat just slowed down or okay, there we go. It moved. I don't think Asha's a liar. I just think she's young and ambitious. Here's what I wish. To be honest. And it doesn't matter what I want, clearly. I just want Xbox to stop talking. Now, maybe not right now. I get it. They're about to have mass layoffs and studio closures. They're going to have to say some stuff. After that, please please go away for a very, very long time. Let your actions and your games and your decisions speak for you. Please, like, I'm begging you. Because talking is half the reason why. Like, at some point, people are going to end up calling them liars. Because it's like the plan is the plan until it's not. I get that. And you're changing the plan. But why do you feel the need to just constantly talk about the plan? Now, maybe the new leadership comes in. They feel like they have to. Fine. But we need to get to a point where it's like, just please let the actions and let your decisions speak for you now. Because I think we all understand at this point. We get it. You said all you need to say. The plan's a plan until it's not. I get it. We got Rick. Rick comes in, a member for 27 months. He says, yo, what did I miss? Xbox is on fire and the bots are blindly supporting. Closing Accomplished Studios is wild, even when Sony did it. Got to call it the BS. Yeah, it's a shame, dude. Like, we were talking earlier, Rick, about how apparently these studios are negotiating for their life. They're negotiating to try to go independent. If Microsoft lets them go independent, that means there are other publishers that could potentially swoop in and save them. I mean, even the possibility that Sony could if they wanted. To me, it would only be fair. And I know that business isn't always fair, but to me, it would only be fair where it's like, dude, Microsoft, you bought these studios and you convinced them it was a good idea because you probably sold them on this idea that Game Pass would work out great no matter what. And you probably, like, let's be real, they probably flexed how valuable their company is, how much money they have. Like, you're going to have all these resources. And then it's just like a couple years later, it's like, sorry, the whole leadership changed. I'm not like, we have to acknowledge that these studios choose to get in bed. They make the choice. They didn't, there wasn't a gun put to their head. But I just feel like some of these studios are so storied. Like, that's what I wanted to see for Bluepoint. People were making jokes where like Microsoft should buy Bluepoint. I'm like, yeah, if Sony even gives them a chance, I'm like, they should give them a chance to live. Bluepoint, like, why kill them? It's so frustrating. Like, dude, people are talking about Arcane. I'm like, they're making Blade. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean Arcane shutting down? They're making fucking Blade. You know how awesome a Blade game would be from Arcane? But at least in my opinion, I'm not saying I'm a huge Arcane fan, but I'm just saying, like, they seem like a studio that could do a great Blade game. Now it's rumored that they're going to get closed. Like, what the fuck is going on? Mitch, you're saying, why don't Sucker Punch work with other SIE studios on budgeting great single-player narrative-driven games instead of games as a service and killing studios? I don't know, man. I feel like it's gotten to a point where when it comes to Sony's internal studios and how they collab with one another, I don't know. Like, I almost get this uncomfortable feeling a little bit. Just a little bit. Like, it's probably not warranted, but I almost feel like at the rate things are going, these studios are probably getting to a point where, like, every man for themselves. You know what I mean? Like, the shit's hitting the fan. We need to just protect our own, and do what we can. Rich Rod says, bots, you absolutely deserve a lifetime of depression. You absolutely deserve a lifetime of depression for choosing this. You never held them accountable. I hope Colt quits and you all cry like the idiots you are. God damn, Rich. That's like nothing compared to some of the shit I was saying. New Soul, you're saying, MBG, so let me run this hypothetical that Gears goes to PS5 after a few years. The circumstances change due to the environmental conditions. Lying implied you didn't even make an attempt in the first place, and the actions show it. You're saying you just talked it. I mean, well, here's what I'll say, New Soul. Maybe we can agree on this. I feel like there comes a point in time where no matter, like, your intentions cease to matter because you have said so many different things. You have changed your course so many different times in such a short period of time. You kept telling people this is what we're doing. But actually, no, that's what we're doing. But actually, we're not doing that. We're doing this instead. Actually, we're going all the way back to doing this thing instead. Wait, never mind. We're going in that direction. It gets to a point where it's difficult to look at somebody who calls them like liars, and say you're wrong. They're not lying. But here's what I'll say. This is this is the best way I could explain it. New Soul, we can only go back and forth about the idea of something being a lie. Like, did they mean to lie? Are they intentionally lying? Are they intentionally trying to be deceptive? If I were to give Microsoft the true benefit of the doubt and say they never lied, it was never a lie, then the only thing that's left is to look at maybe an uncomfortable truth for some people. For some people, it's not an uncomfortable truth at all. Rich Rod's celebrating it, but that uncomfortable truth is they're not lying. They're not trying to deceive you. They're not trying to hurt you. They're just this incompetent. And I almost feel like it almost is better to just to say they're liars is to almost give them a backhanded compliment of some kind, where it's like you're good enough to manipulate and manipulate your way out of situations and trick people. In reality, I'm just starting to think that that's not what it was. It's the incompetence level is so high. But I mean, both can be true for sure, but it's like I can't stay mad at Xbox. I can stay mad at some of the radical fans and fanboys and grifters that I encounter, but it almost is hard for me to feel bad or to stay mad at Xbox, because at some point I just start to get like it's crazy, man. Like, after the Xbox showcase, I was being accused of you're just mad. You're just mad that they're going back to exclusivity. You're mad that they may actually take on Sony now. And I'm like, you don't understand. I'm not mad. I'm having flashbacks to everything that just went down over the last 4 years and trying to deal with the reality that what we all said originally, or most of us said originally, Microsoft should do, and they said they shouldn't, they're now doing. Outside of that, I'm not mad at this. I think this is the most interesting it's been in a long time, to be completely honest. Mitch, you're saying I missed your milestone chat? Let me double check. I don't think I did. No, Mitch, I did answer this. You asked why doesn't Sucker Punch work with other SIE studios on budgeting great single-player narrative-driven games instead of games as a service and killing games and studios? I meant to ask you, you said Sucker Punch. Why Sucker Punch? Sucker Punch did Ghost of Yotei. Like, why would they work with other studios to make great single-player games? They're already doing that. Unless, are you talking about them doing Ghost of Yotei Legends and then immediately ceasing support? I don't know. I'm a little bit confused. But New Soul, I mean, it's interesting to go over the semantics of some of this stuff, And I appreciate your support, dude. I really do. I thank you so much for supporting the channel. It means a lot. I think that so much of it, like when I'm calmed down and I'm not revved up, I just look at Xbox and I'm like, you should have just been wise enough to know that everything you're choosing to do now, you should have just done from the start. And I know hindsight's 2020, but it's been over a decade. And that's why there's so many people. You know what a lot of people will say? What a lot of people will say is it's too late. And that might be true. And New Soul, thank you, buddy. You're saying you don't want to go or run with that sense of logic, because I can use that with anyone. Because the situation happens, I can never use it with you. See how that logic falls apart? It makes it more easy to see people as liars. Okay, I mean, I see where you're coming from, New Soul, but you got to try to understand, dude. Like, Microsoft isn't just a person. You know what I mean? Like, they're a corporation and they're run by people. And like, do I think Asha Sharma right now is actively trying to lie and deceive the fan base? I don't think so. Like, that would be weird. Like, I just freaked out on Matthew Ball, but it's like, realistically, do I honestly think do I think what he's saying is untrue? Let me explain it to this way to you, New Soul. Maybe this is the way I could say it. I freaked out on Matthew Ball's post, not because I think he's lying. And my level of anger and resentment is because, and maybe this puts it in perspective. I almost feel like, it's not almost, I feel as though we are at a point where you, after everything that has happened, everything the fan base has been through, you're still, like, you're coming out here and tweeting statements. And what we have to understand is, by him doing that, by Asha Sharma constantly talking right now, they're asking something of us, of not just the fans, but the wider industry. And that is, listen to what we're telling you and trust what we're telling you. And my problem, again, isn't that you're lying. It's that you're saying this after the fan base just witnessed 10 years of flip-flopping going all over the place. To a point where by the end of it, people were laughing at Phil Spencer because they're like, who the fuck cares what he has to say anymore? And I just feel like it's almost disrespectful. Almost. Where it's like, let the rumors fly, bro. Let your fucking action. You know what you do? Here's what you do. Here's what you do. You ready? You see the rumors started by some insider that maybe you don't like, or they're interfering with your plans, and you start to see the headlines. Oh, Gears of War, Microsoft is already rethinking exclusivity. They're already thinking of going back. If internally Microsoft, if they're like, no, we're not. Like, no, you don't understand. We made, like, this is permanently exclusive, and we're going to have more permanent exclusives coming up. If that's true, then just let it happen. Just let it happen. Have enough sense to understand the damage has been done. Who cares what Sneakers SO is saying? Who cares? This is what, like, honestly, again, take a page out of Sony's book. Do you think Sony gives a flying fuck? Or Nintendo, for that matter? The rumors that start to spread, they don't give a shit. You know why? Because they just let what they do the talking for them. Sometimes as a pundit and as somebody who follows them, it can be frustrating. It's like, I would like you to talk a little bit more. But in the case of Microsoft, they just seem to lack this basic understanding and discipline that it's like, just let your actions over time speak for you, because you're in a situation where so many words have been spoken over such a long period of time that it's almost offensive to request people to believe what you're saying. Even if your intention is pure, we just want to make exclusives for our fans again. Okay. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Let people believe Gears is coming to PS5. You know the best way to communicate Gears doesn't come to PS5? Never release it on PS5. That's it. That's it. And if from their perspective, they're like, well, you know, we don't want false information to be out there. It's like, there's not going to be false information. Anybody who wants to sit there and believe that Gears is going to come to PS5, let them think that. They'll check their PS5. It's not going to be there. If they really want to play Gears, they'll eventually realize we just got to go buy an Xbox. So I'm saying, like, It's weird, man. I don't know. Like, there's something going on with Xbox where, like, they're interacting with the fanboys, they're interacting with the insiders. I'm like, what is going on? Like, like, keep in mind, Matthew Ball responded to Jez Corden. Jez Corden has always existed in this middle ground of, like, he's a journalist, he's an insider because he has insider contacts at Microsoft. Now Matthew Ball's directly replying to him. It's like, what are we doing here? This would literally be like if Herman Hulst replied to my tweet about this the false report of Sony layoffs and being like, that's not true, MBG, just so you know. We're not doing that. It's like, why, Herman, why are you talking to me? Now, well, granted, to be fair, like I'm not working at like a PlayStation centric, like Push Square or something like that. So maybe I'm not the best example, but it would be like if a journalist from the PlayStation side of things who also leaks a bunch of stuff. I don't know, man. To me, it just comes off as like, why are we still doing this? Like, why? Just let it be what it is. I don't know. But I don't know. Hopefully you understand where I'm coming from, New Soul. I have a direct donation from Rich Rod. He says, lovers of Jez and Colt live in a box under the bridge in Philly. Bro, are you serious? And we get live streams of them and fans crying like fruit nuggets, the fruit nuggets that they are. You did this. Stupid. You did this. You did this. Rich, why do you got to rub the salt in like that, man? Come on. All right. I want to bring this up real quick, guys. So, well, I think it was Why Me. He was asking me earlier what Colin said in response to me, because I did ask Colin a question yesterday. I couldn't help myself. I saw he was streaming solo. I'm like, oh, okay. I'll ask him a question. Because I was curious. Now, I didn't watch his latest episode of Sacred Symbols. He probably already talked about it. But, hold on. Where is it? All right. Sorry. Just taking me a second to get this set up here. Wait, why is that not? Why is it not coming through? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Says Julius Caesar and Emperor Augustus added their names to the calendar, thus ruining the naming scheme. Sept 7, Oct 8, November 9, and December 10. My bad. I see.
This isn't a.
Thank you, Zaron. MBG wrote in. Good to hear from you. He said, thoughts on Xbox basically doing a 180 and validating Sony and Nintendo's decision to stick with exclusives in the traditional console business model. I mean, we've talked about it extensively, but it's not a huge surprise. Again, I like that Xbox tried to do something different. They had to. They had to flip the table over. They were losing the game. So Game Pass is a good idea. You had to put it in the wild to see how people would receive it, and then you had to learn how to support it. And they didn't learn how to support it properly, so it kind of just died on the vine. It also changed radically the buying behavior of their audience, and they're paying the price. And I think it goes into understanding, listen, I've been saying this for years. Don't listen to me all you want, but listen to the conventional wisdom of all the other people in the industry in positions of power who are universally saying this shit doesn't make sense. And I thought it was so funny when Bobby Kotick himself was on the stand during the FTC hearing, explaining under oath how he would never in a million years put Call of Duty in Game Pass. That was the best. I loved that. Where they're like, why wouldn't you put Call of Duty in Game Pass yourself? And he's like, well, because it doesn't make any sense. And then Jim Ryan's on the stand, and they're like, "So why are you against all this?" And he's like, "Because it doesn't make any sense. They're losing money. It financially makes no sense." Voila.
So that's basically what he had to say to the question I asked. And the only thing I'll say that I think me and Colin may disagree on here slightly, potentially, is that he said that he thinks Game Pass was a good idea. And the only reason I disagree with that, in my opinion, Game Pass was never a good idea, only because, well, from day one, they were like, you get all of, to me, Game Pass was flawed from day one because they said you get all of our games day one. All of our games from our studios, where that was like a conscious, unless I'm misremembering something, but I'm pretty sure that was like day one, the moment they announced Game Pass, you get all of our games. And to me, that the flaw was revealed right then and there, where it's like, well, what's that going to do to your sales? You know, what's that going to do to, you know, our bottom line here, where like we have an entire model based on selling consoles, which will then facilitate the sale of games through our storefront. But do a collab with Colin. Yeah, I don't know. I'll see if I can reach out to him sometime soon, maybe. And that would be cool. I would definitely like to talk with Colin. I've been following Colin for, dude, I've been following him since, he was at IGN with Podcast Beyond. I've always liked listening to Colin. But yeah, with everything that's going on, it's super interesting, because one of the things about Colin too, that the reason why I've been paying even closer attention lately is because he was also one of the few people out here that was very much talking about how a lot of these decisions that Microsoft is making, they're gonna bite them in the ass, man. But let me see. All right, let me come back to the chat here. Oh my God, really? Why does it keep crashing? That's so damn annoying. Hold on. My YouTube studio crashing. Why the hell does it do that? So frustrating. MBG, do you agree with my last message? Let me see. Your last message, Rich Rod. Oh, do you mean your last direct donation? Hold on, let me check again what you said. I mean, you're pointing out like the diehard Xbox pundits and YouTubers and stuff like that. Like, are they part of the problem? Well, yeah. Yeah. The problem is they refused to see things in a way that I believe they should have for their own good and the good of their own fan base and the future of the thing that they like. Where I do think it's easy now, and it's always hindsight 2020. I was wrong about things. Like, I remember like one of the things that I can 100% admit to that I was completely wrong about was I really believed that the live service push from Sony would have actually been great. I thought it made total sense, like have big live service games for each one of your major properties, keep making the single player games and you can play the live service games in between. What could go wrong? And to be fair, there were signs that it could have been good, but there were a lot of people that were warning me, like, dude, you don't get it. Like, you're losing the forest for the trees here. You don't want Sony making 10 plus live service games. This is going to be a shit show. And I'm like, come on. They're not that dumb. They're not going to do that. But no, that's where I was totally wrong. I totally misread the future of, like, I should have been from day one yelling. Now, maybe it would have been yelling into a void, but it would have been yelling nonetheless that, like, this is a fucking mistake. You need to stop. And that's why now, like, I look at the final results that we're seeing, and I'm like, I can't help but be completely against it, where it's like, please stop. Please stop. Yeah, I was on, thank you, MacTube. Yeah, they invited me. It was many years. I think it was in like 2021. It was like really the only collab I did, because I was like, oh yeah, I watched Sacred Symbols. That's cool. I think they invited me to talk with Dustin at the time. And there was like a pre-recording that me and Dustin did for like an hour and a half or something like that. I think we talked about the PlayStation Showcase. I was in like a weird headspace at the time though, because that was during the Blue Box thing. And I don't know, I don't know what I was like. Some people they weren't a big fan of me being on I don't know. Some of the audience didn't really like me, but yeah, it's normal, I suppose. You know, I'm a volatile person a lot of the time. So I kind of have like a love or hate me type thing going on. But hey, Colin loves to bring David Jaffe on, and David Jaffe's crazy. He's crazy. Now he's on another level. But yeah, that'd be cool. I'd totally be down for that at some point. This was the message, MBG, happiest day of my life. Kids being born, Giants winning the Super Bowl, Xbox shutting down the fans, no longer having or Xbox fans not having a console. God damn, Rich. That's Rich is he's on cloud 9 right now. You okay, Rich? Come back down a little bit. Come back down a little bit. Gaming Survivor, you're saying or right there, you're saying 10 years of Game Pass. Xbox guys have been trained not to buy games. I mean, that's a big problem. I do think this might be the biggest uphill. Like if I'm calm down and I'm just trying to be more analysis mode, I do think the biggest problem that the current Xbox leadership is going to have, and I think they're going to hit the wall hard, is they're in for like a rude awakening. That it's like, you're going to realize that the Xbox players that are left, they're not really going to buy Gears. Gears is also launching in the Game Pass, so it's like they're clearly factoring this in. But I'm like, how can this be successful? Go check Colt's tweet. Oh, Colt Eastwood. Hold on. Colt Eastwood says PlayStation and Xbox studios, they've closed this generation. PlayStation, Manchester studio. The fuck is Manchester studio? I don't remember that studio for some reason. Japan studio, Pixel Opus, London studio, Firewalk, Neon Koi, Bluepoint. Neon Koi's a mobile studio. Bluepoint Games, Dark Outlaw Games. Microsoft, Arcane Austin, Tango Gameworks, The Initiative, Ninja Theory, Compulsion Games, Double Fine, Arcane Leon. PlayStation has canceled 12 games this generation. Xbox has canceled 7 games, possibly 9 in total. Studios are in active negotiations for closure independence. So he couldn't help himself. Colt couldn't help himself. Colt had to break out the old, but what about PlayStation? You know what, Sony? Fucking add Bungie to that list. There, I said it. Bet that wasn't what you were expected from me. Why me, huh? Bet you weren't expecting that from MBD. Add Bungie to that list. Well, I mean, listen, man. I get it. I get it. It's like, if we have to ask, so hold on, Irfan, you're saying read my last, bro. Everybody's saying, MBG, one thing is certain, if Arcane is shut down and Blade gets canceled, Marvel will never sign another deal with Microsoft again. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Rich Rod says, the last message from Mrs. MBG, it must be done. Hold on. Let me see. MBG mod, Gaming Survivor, and Rich Rod. Maybe. Listen, I'm only modding these motherfuckers if there's got to be incentive for me. That's what they've done to me at this point. How much you want to pay to mod? How much? How much you want to pay me to do work for me? Huh? I know how this works. I'm great at business. I know you wish for me saying, serious question. I know too many Xbox lying grifter YouTube channels, but don't know a single PlayStation lying channel. Do you? Not that I'm aware of. Maybe, I don't know if they're like really, really small YouTubers, perhaps, that I'm not aware of, but no, dude. And Rich, I was kidding, bro. See what happens? I would Mrs. MBG coming in and causing chaos now. Rich is like, I'm going to drop 5 memberships, MBG. Come on, you got to mod me. Dude, Rich is so... But Rich, you have to understand. Listen, Rich, if you earn your mod shit back, you can't be coming in and be like, you can't talk shit about Sony. You can't do that shit. Like, you are the lieutenant, not the general. You know? I mean, that's just the way it is. You got to come in and you just got to not... It doesn't matter that you're a mod. It only matters if you see somebody acting crazy, saying some shit they shouldn't be saying, causing problems. You do what needs to be done. Quick and clean. Rich is like, every stream is like, listen, bro. Gaming Star's like, Is that a primate sign on your head? A what? No, this is a Soundgarden hat. This is the Bad Motorfinger logo. It's a 1991 Soundgarden album. Rich, thank you for the 5 memberships. I will think about this. I will tell you, Rich, and to all my mods, like, dude, the past couple of days, I mean, we've seen the trolls come in. See, the thing is, my whole thing about modding people at this point is like, I basically mod my own chat. Like, I like 7 mods in my chat, as I'm also modding my chat. Totally necessary. Rich, I'll think about it, man. I don't know. I mean, I'm a believer in giving people second chances, you know? For sure. Hold on one sec, though. I got a super chat. Rich, let me add your memberships to the counter here to bring us up to 32. Gaming Server, I was trying to push to get 50 memberships today, and the reward would be your song. I'll probably still play it at the end anyway, dude. Like, I mean, we're at 32 members. We could still hit 50 before the stream's over. I'm not sure if we will or not, but let me add this. Rich is like, I've dropped memberships. Make me a mod. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. At the rate things are I don't know. Asha Sharman told me the war is back on, so at the rate things are going, Game & Survivor Rich Rod might have to come in and break some heads. New Soul with a $10. Thank you, New Soul. I appreciate all the super chats, man. You're saying also, MBG, semantics is important in the conversation to not just blindly scream things like you're a liar. The fact you get annoyed with semantics is kind of weird for a channel that focuses on deep chats. I mean, I guess it depends on the bigger picture topic or conversation that we're going over. Like, I get semantical all the time. I can agree that semantics do become important at certain, like, I always point out, like, for example, this post from Cold Eastwood. I think, perfectly encapsulates why the semantics actually do become important, because the semantics actually reveal the crucial details at times. However, the one thing I will say in my defense, New Soul, I feel as though I've tried to cover over the years every conceivable angle of Xbox I possibly could. I've tried, you know. In terms of like, if we look at this, Cold Eastwood highlights that PlayStation has canceled 12 games this generation and has shut down more studios. Xbox has canceled potentially up to 9 games. Okay. And here's the question I have. This is the question. Because it's fine. It's like, this isn't a whataboutism. Just stating facts. Okay. Yeah, these are the studios. But did Sony get shit for that? What? Hold on. I have a question. How did people react when Jim Ryan shut down Japan Studio? Did people sweep it under the rug? Wasn't a big deal. Nobody cared. Or was it Meltdown City? Was it people screeching at Jim Ryan, basically begging, like, how could you do this? Hey, my thumbnail is not disrespectful. I didn't make that. I didn't make that Asha Sharma Jesus. The fucking deranged Xbot lunatics did, not me. Okay, Rich, stop it. Rich, stop. Dude, there's no way Rich is like, yo, I'm gonna drop 5 member gifts to get Gaming Survivor. Look at what Rich just did for you, bro. Rich just dropped 5 member gifts in the name of getting Gaming Survivor modship. That's the brotherly love, man. That's the pony love. Rich, stop it though. Stop. Yes, I want more memberships, but stop. Gaming Survivor's like, bro. Rich, I do appreciate it. I will consider it. But here's the thing, and I'm dead serious about what I'm saying right now. Understand that me behaving the way I behave does not give you as a mod, anybody who is a mod, I'm just reiterating this, if you do become mods again, it doesn't give you permission, Rich, this is mainly for you, to use your mod power and emulate what, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing my thing. Like as I'm behaving this way, I'm not simultaneously like, you know, trying to fucking delete people from my chat and shit like that. So just keep that in mind. If I do end up making you guys mods again, like I said, I'm a believer in second chances. And I won't lie to you guys. Like, to an extent, I am going to war because I'm fucking tired of it. I don't know. I mean, I told you guys earlier, I'm not trying to make things too personal here, but it's like I will be, in the coming weeks, I'm going to be making super cuts. I'm going to distribute all the clips. So people will... Hold on. Come on. But I'm saying, I'm getting, like, I'm beyond the point of being tired of, like, people want to, you know, they want to, no, I want Dark Knight. I want it to be known that is blasphemous. I'm calling it out. But I'm tired of people coming out. And Rich, let me add those memberships to the, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you, Rich. Appreciate all the support, guys. Seriously. I'm declaring war on X. It's not even just X. It's like I'm tired of the false perception. I'm tired of the narrative, dude. I'm tired of the lies. You know, as much as I'm sitting here having a conversation about, oh, you know, whether, you know, Xbox themselves is lying, the executives are lying. You know who is straight up lying? Egregiously? The people who, they just want to keep putting me in this box, literally, not the Xbox. They want to put me in this box of like, you're just a pony and like, you don't, it's insane to see the amount of people. Yeah, I am calling it out. I am calling out because it's insane to see these people. They will come out and they'll be like, oh, you're fucking sounding off on Xbox and you'll do multiple fucking streams crashing out and shit. And I'm like, I do the same fucking thing for Sony. I do the same thing for Sony when they do dumbass shit. Literally, half the fucking streams over the course of my channel for the last 6 years are probably me bitching about Sony's failed live service attempt. This is what pisses me off. But you know what happens? You get these fucking retards out here. They come out and they have these little underlings. These little underlings that fucking suck on their... I gotta be careful. Don't want to get demonetized now. They're working for free. They're like, here's a clip, here's another clip. Go ahead, react to this clip, show that clip. Meanwhile, all the other So then when people watch this shit, they're like, my God, what the fuck is wrong with MBG? look at this Sony pony. He's a deranged pony. Right? And it's like, no, you fucking think that. They're giving you that perception because they refuse to show you the other side. They refuse to show it. Because it's easier to just keep dunking on the shit you want to. So it's like, I'm going to make it as hard as I possibly can for them to do that anymore. Where it's like, I just want people to see the truth. That's all I want. Not just for myself, but perhaps for others as well. I don't know. I can't speak on behalf of anybody else, but I'm sure I'm not the only one that's dealing with this bullshit. I've been dealing with it for fucking years. And it's like, I just want people to see the truth. And here's the truth. The truth is, understand, admit that you like what you're getting, that you know what you're doing and you like what you're getting. Admit that you just want to make fun of people, that you just want to dunk on people, that it's not actually about, it's like what you talked about, Gaming Survivor. It's not about being right. It's never been about being right. It's never about being fair. It's about, well, you're just a locale and we keep you in that box. It's like, well, why don't you show anything else? But here's what gets me. Here's the biggest thing that gets me. You ready? You'll get some of these same people, they'll fucking cry. Oh, you're not going to watch my content. How are you just going to judge my content like that? Like, brother, give me a fucking break. These fucking, dude, these people, they try so hard to posture themselves as being like some fucking decent type of person. No, you're fucking not. See right through you. And that's the saddest part is like there's behavior that's occurring out here today. And this goes well beyond gaming, but I'm just going to keep it with gaming. There's behavior that's going on today where it's like, you should be ashamed of this. We should bring shame back. And yet people are cheering you on. People are saying this is okay. And it's like the whole Homelander thing, looking around like, this is okay? Meanwhile, it's like, come on, bro. Think. Look in your heart for a moment. You know, they all know. They know the truth. Now, my whole thing is I just want to push the truth further out there. I want to make it harder for people to continue to hide. Where it's like, okay, say this about me, show that about me. I'm gonna bring all this your way now. I'm gonna dump it all over you. I'm not gonna dump on you. No, I'm gonna dump. I'm a dump. All right, that's it. That's all I gotta say. That's it. Rant over. In conclusion, I'm a dump. See where I went there? No, I think you guys understand what I'm trying to say. Hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say. But that's the point. Is it's like I'm going to clear my name. Because I've been trying to just continue to move forward pretending that there aren't groups of people destroying my name, dude. Destroying my reputation and continually trying to gaslight me and just keep spinning it where it's like, it's you, man. What's wrong with you? It's you. Meanwhile, it's like, bro, I know what I said. Like, I do my streams. I do my content. I know what I said. So I'm just going to have to advocate for myself. Rich Ryder saying someone donate 20 memberships and make me a mod. Okay, this is very important. We're switching lanes now. Understand, you cannot pay me to become a mod. All right? Rich, I very much appreciate the member gifts. I was kidding. Like, I thought it was obvious. I was joking. I do appreciate the memberships, sincerely. I appreciate the support, man. I will think about making you and Gaming Survivor mods again because, I know it meant a lot to you guys. I went through this before, with other people and other mods, and it's fine. Like, you guys are good people. You care about me. You take care of, my chat. You interact. You take care of each other. You care about the channel. You care about the health of the channel. I appreciate that. Like, really, sincerely. Like, that means a lot. If you guys understand why we went back on the mod ship, but that's the thing, dude. I've reached that point too. Some people they're like, MBG, you're too passive, man. You're too fucking passive. You just keep letting this shit happen over and over again. You're too passive. And, you know, it is to a point where it's like, yeah, I think I'm just done being passive. Like, I don't want it to be. I hate the fact that people have manipulated it to be this way. Like, I don't want to come out here. Like, I know I'm going on an unhinged tangent again, but it's like, don't these fucking people realize I was swinging at Microsoft? Like, go back. Who was I swinging at? Was I swinging at you? Was I swinging at your content? Was I swinging at Xbox fanboys? I was swinging at Microsoft. That's why I can't sit back anymore and fucking pretend. This is like, people want to know why I get so worked up and I'm calling this shit out the way I am. Because it's like, dude, these motherfuckers are going to sit here and try to gaslight me, gaslight you, and gaslight everybody into thinking that, yo, this Sony pony out here console warring and shit, he's the problem. Oh, so you're telling me the people who are fucking doing nothing but clipping others and just constantly rotating a group of people, shitting on them day in and day out, they're not the problem? Let me ask you, what was I doing? What was I doing? And that's the thing. They'll say console warring. In reality, it's calling out a $1 trillion corporation. $1 trillion corporation. Wasn't pointing the finger at any content creators. Wasn't pointing the finger at anybody on Twitter. Wasn't pointing the finger at any journalists. Now, granted, in the last year or so, I've had to react and defend sometimes. Just like, were you taking a dump? In conclusion, yes. Yep. That's what it comes down to. No, it's not that serious at the end of the day. I'm exhausted. I'm in pain. My neck's killing me. I've been streaming for over 4 hours. But no, it has reached that point, guys, where it's like, I'm done pulling my punches. I'm done holding back. You want crazy? You want mental breakdown, gamer? You got him. You want me to get crazy? Let's get fucking crazy. I'm like fucking Michael Keaton. I'm like Stallone in Exile and Judge Dredd. I'm waiting for MBG to clear my name. And listen, people want me to name names. You tell me. I'll name names. Well, truthfully, if I'm being truthful, though, there's many, many names on Twitter that I'm not even going to bother naming. Because it's like, who the fuck are you? I don't know what's going on here. But that's the thing, is it's just like, I don't know. It's all just one big rat race, I suppose. Irfin. I'm naming Irfin. No, it's okay. We have time. But here's the thing. I don't want to get too distracted. It has to be more calculated. It has to be more focused. Like, I don't want to mislead people. Like right now, I mean, I think it's excusable right now because we're 4 hours into the stream, but it's like, I don't want people to come into a stream thinking, oh, MBG is going to talk about the topics, but I'm actually just like fucking going off on another content creator or calling out somebody who, or like having a meltdown. Although I have pointed out numerous things on Twitter today, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, we're so far, like, we're not talking about topics. We're talking about other people. I don't want to do this. I've never wanted to do this because it fucking sucks. It sucks. I hate that people have tried so viciously to drag me down to their level. But it's like, dude, I'm running this shit solo. I have to defend myself. Nobody's going to do it for me. And I don't want it to be that way, but at the very least, I got to at least show the other side. I really do. I've thought about this for so many years. I've even tried before. And why I would stop is because I started to feel like me showing the other side doesn't matter. But I realized I'm not trying to win people over. I want as many people to watch my content, to watch my streams, to be part of the community as possible. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that, you know, like you can come in and just say and do whatever the fuck you want. No. Mm-mm. Not going to sit here and say you got to like Sony. You can fucking hate Sony to the moon and back. The only thing I'm going to say is you got to have some level of respect for what I'm trying to do here. Just some level, just decency. That's all I'll ever ask from people. And if you can bring that to the table, you're always welcome here. And I encourage that. You know, I encourage people to be decent to one another. But it's fucking crazy to me how I go out there and it's like people are not fucking decent to me at all. I mean, a lot of people here are. And I don't want to, you know, I don't want to downplay that. I want to make it understood, like, the people who are decent to me here and good to me here and treat me with respect and treat me like a human being and understand that I'm a person and understand that I have feelings and emotions and I'm just like you, you know, like I respect that more than any, like that to me. You have all my respect. You have all the respect I could possibly give. But when I start to encounter people, and yeah, at times like this, it seems to rev up, that are just like, it's like, fuck you. Like, you fucking, what dumpster did you fucking crawl out of? You know? Who the fuck are you to think you can disrespect me like that? That's a problem with the internet. It's a problem with the internet, man. People think the internet has made people, it's empowered cowards. It's empowered cowards where it's like, I've always opted when it comes to like, you know, you can either walk away or you can engage. I've even had regrettable moments over and over again where it's like, man, I engaged too much with meaningless bullshit and I'll delete it and I want it out of here because I don't want it to turn into that. I'm like, this is stupid. This is fucking stupid. I'm not trying to argue with idiots, but they just keep coming, dude. And it's like, okay. I have to just embrace it now. The great crash out of 2023. Yeah. Well, that's okay, man, because you know what? It's like I said, the rebranding is coming. Do I like PlayStation? Yes. Do I love PlayStation? Yeah. PlayStation means a lot to me. But the truth is, many people have made it impossible for me to say what I need to say and find some level of respectability because they'll just be like, well, look at your channel. Look at your banner. Look at your Wolverine poster. Look at your setup. It's all Sony pony stuff. It's like, okay, if that's what's being used against me, all right. So we're going to rebrand. It's going to make it easier to cover more topics. And on top of that, we're going to be bringing in over the coming weeks a fucking tsunami of things that I've said about PlayStation, about Sony, and about Xbox. And I'm going to make it so that anytime somebody comes across something or somebody has something to say, it's like, here you go. Here's this receipt that you want to pay no attention to. And I'm not saying it's going to win anybody over. But it's like, I just want it to be out there in the ether. I just want people to be aware. Top Shelf Gaming, you're saying, bro, Sigs sucks. I wouldn't pay attention to him. Sigs and cereal. Yeah, I mean, well, that's what I'm talking about. Like, this is a guy who literally sits there and makes fun of people for streaming like I am right now. The ponies, whatever. And it's like, okay, bro. Yeah, you're going far. You're winning. You're going places. But the problem with these people is they're so far at the bottom. And they know this. Like, this isn't something that needs to really be said, but I guess occasionally it does out loud, where it's like, you know, you're a loser. You know you are. That's why you do what you do, because it's all you can do. And I don't want to engage with people like that because it's like you're scum. Like you're like a fucking barnacle on a fucking ship or some shit, dude. You're like a pimple on an elephant's ass. And you know it. And I feel bad about that. It's like, bro, I don't feel bad for me. I feel bad for you. Look at what you do. How sad. Like, it doesn't get sadder than this. But that's the thing. Everything I'm saying right now, to them, it's like, thank you. This is more content for me. But that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, okay. Yeah, that's what you do. You sit there and you watch other people. And you bitch and you make fun of it and you complain. Okay. We'll see how far that goes in the long run. We'll see how far that goes for you. And if at the end of the day it's, well, I don't care. I'm not trying to make a living on the internet like you are. Okay. Doesn't make you any less of a loser. If anything, I'm more concerned. If you're going to stoop that fucking low and not even be able to make a living off of it, you're doing it for the love of the game? Holy fuck, bro. Jesus Christ. I mean, really, like, you might need to find Jesus. That's bad. That's bad, brother. Like, but it's okay. They can make fun of me because I ask you guys to support what I do here. But you know what'll always chap their ass every time? I get the support. I get the support they don't. You know why? Because I fucking respect you guys. Because I respect the fact that why would anybody want to tune into my stream if I'm throwing somebody else up on screen? What does that say about me? I want you guys to come here to have a conversation with me about all these different things. And I will always say this. I've always said it and always say it. They can't say that. They cannot claim that. They know it's not true, and they know it can't be true. And you're not going to see them go out and take a chance and see if it could be true, because they're probably going to get bitch slapped with reality. That this isn't what people want from you, dude. Give the people what they want. Okay. Give them what they want. Give them me. Give them what they want. Give them me. So there you go. You're welcome. You're welcome. You can make your money now too. You can try to posture yourself. You're better than me. You're above me. But you can't do what you do without me. And let me tell you, that helps me sleep at night. It does. It does. All right. All right. React channels catching strays. Well, let me clarify one thing before we move on. Is there anything wrong with reacting to content? No. No, that, like, if somebody says reacting to others' content is a viable and acceptable way to go about doing this on the internet, you're not wrong. My question is, when you constantly go to the same few people and the same few sources, you're just like, you really want to try to argue that that's respectable? Like, you really want to try to make it seem like that's okay. I'll tell you this, if that's okay and people are accepting of that, we have a pretty serious problem in society today. Because you know what? The bigger streamers, like really successful streamers that react to content, that's not what they're doing. They're not just going to 1 to 2 to 3 places constantly harassing the same people. At least as far as I'm aware. That's not what I see. Because, yeah, even they understand, like, who does that? Why would anybody do that? You're just targeting people. But I know why they do it. They do it because it's what makes them the money. I make them the money. The other few people that they constantly clip, those are the people who make them the money. And they won't tell you that. And you know what? Prove it. I'll issue a challenge. If they want to argue against that and say, no, it's not about making money off you, MBG. It's about laughing at you, right? Okay, well, I'll throw it down. I'll say, prove it. Don't put me on your streams anymore. Prove it. If you really don't count on me to make any of your money on any of your streams, don't put me in them anymore. They won't. So, am I wrong? I don't think so. I know you wish for me, bro. Come on. Does that seem like the time? Is this the time or the place? Actually, maybe it is. No, I can't. I'm losing my muscles due to a severe neck injury. Unfortunately. I'm losing my muscles. I'm no longer going to be muscle-bound gamer. I'm going to be mental breakdown gamer. Okay? I never wanted it to be this way. I came in as muscle-bound gamer. I'm going to end up retiring as mental breakdown gamer. All right. And look, at the end of the day, yeah, top shelf. I'm just going to say this too. At the end of the day, it is what it is. Again, I'm not trying to stop it. Like, I've accepted it. Like, this is just a part of the internet, bro. My whole thing, though, is just to keep me in good conscience, for my own sanity. It's like, I'm going to have to start advocating for myself a little bit more. Because there's no reasoning with these people. There's no bargaining with them. When if I just try to, and I've expressed it numerous times, where it's like, dude, I don't care if people want to use my content. I appreciate that. Like the fact that people look at me as even relevant enough is almost like a compliment. Like, thank you. Even if it is to laugh and joke. I don't necessarily appreciate it, but it's like, all right, yeah, okay, that says something. But I've always just tried to say, like, listen, just please be fair and show the other side. At least occasionally. Like, at least just communicate to people that it's not just one way. But, I mean, you know, they won't do that. They won't do it. So I have no choice. Like, they put me in this position where it's like, I'm just going to have to do it myself. Anyway, where are we at? All right, do we have any, like, last-minute topics we want to cover? Oh, yeah, I was going back to this Colt Eastwood tweet. So he lists Japan Studio, Pixel Opus, London Studio. Okay, when Pixel Opus and London Studio were closed, were people not upset? Pretty sure, I mean, I'm not going to say they were having meltdowns. You got to mod me so I can share the song link. All right, hold on. All right, don't fuck it up, guys. Don't fuck it up. You only got one more shot. Don't fuck it up. Yeah, we're not talking politics. Don't talk politics either. That has no place here. Not like what's going on right now. Don't talk about that shit. I don't want to see it. I see that shit fucking everywhere. I don't want to see it here. I'm tired. It's exhausting. I was saying you hold them accountable. I love PlayStation, but I feel it's lost its way. I hold them accountable. It's why I think Sucker Punch budgeting should be something other SIE studios. Oh, so you're basically saying, like, the way Sucker Punch has run their studio very efficiently, other studios should try to do that? Yeah. No, I mean, there's something they can learn there, for sure. For sure. But yeah, you know, going back to this post, yes, people were very upset. People lost their fucking minds over Japan Studio closing down. People were very upset at Pixel Opus and London Studio. Although Pixel Opus was a very small studio, so it wasn't like people were really freaking out. London Studio was depressing because that was Sony's oldest studio, and they weren't even given a chance to make a proper game. Firewalk, I'm going to be honest, nobody mourned Firewalk. I know Firewalk needed to be shut down because they should have never been created in the first place. Neon Koi, that's a mobile studio. It's neither here nor there. Blue Point Games, Meltdown City, Dark Outlaw. When it was announced that studio closed, literally more than half the reactions I saw was who? People didn't even know that studio existed. To compare that to Arcane, Double Fine, Arcane Austin, Tango Gameworks, Ninja Theory, Compulsion Games, The Initiative. The Initiative, I can agree, nobody probably really more than that. But every other studio on there, man, I don't know. It's, I think it's like if you want people, let's reduce this down to its simplest form. Okay? Let's bring it down to its simplest form. What is Colt Eastwood trying to say with this post? He compares all the studios Sony shut down this gen to the studios Microsoft either did shut down or is going to shut down. Says that PlayStation canceled 12 games, Xbox has canceled potentially up to 9. Okay? What's he trying to say? He's simply trying to say, but what about Sony? No, but really, he's trying to say you can't just be mad at Microsoft. That's what he's trying to point out, that Microsoft isn't the only villain. To that I say, what the fuck have we been like looking at for the past 3 years? Are you trying to tell me? Are people trying to tell me that Sony's been the hero for the last 3 years? That people have been singing Sony's praises left and right and propping them up and they can do no wrong? That's not what I've seen. I say this as somebody who covers PlayStation more than anything else. People have been fucking dropping the hammer on Sony. Some of it, a good chunk of it, warranted. Drop the fucking hammer. Half of it, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's like seeing how people are reacting in God of War, Faye, and especially Wolverine. It's like, what are you talking about? The entire chat is just mods. What have I done? Oh God. That's how I keep people excited. Come on in, you might get a mod. You might earn modship. No, never. See, here's the thing. We're becoming a police state. I'm just kidding. We're not. I will tell you, with how many mods we have, I'm on a hair trigger. I see, like, mods, understand. I'm watching. Like, I'm modding the mods. What have I done? People see the shields and they're like, man, this place is fortified. But I will tell you that, you know, the most important, this is very important. This is important. I gotta tell my mods this. Top Shelf, leave Lady Gamer alone. Top Shelf, leave Lady Gamer alone. Stop. I won't tell you again. Listen, though. I became a member to help your mental health, and I'm concerned about you, MBG. Is your BP okay? I hope my blood pressure's okay. I mean, I'm standing, so it's probably a little bit higher. I don't know. When I'm done this stream, I have the pain in my neck back here from my disc or my fucking nerve being pinched. The first thing I have to do when I'm done my streams, I hate it because I'm not used to it. Literally, I have to lay down for like 45 minutes. Sometimes I have to ice my neck. I'm better to, like, if you notice, I've streamed for over 4.5 hours. The pain was not as bad today. It's here. It's definitely increasing as time goes on. But like, I actually check my blood pressure sometimes. And when I lay down, like, I'm just relaxed. I'm fine. I'm chilling. You know, I'm in a calm state. My blood pressure is usually good. Like, it may be just slightly elevated, but nothing like crazy. But I have, like, I don't know, eventually I may have to go on blood pressure medication. It runs badly in my family. My whole thing is, like, I'm super sensitive. Like, for sure, my blood pressure is running high the entire stream. But I don't know. I mean, I'm just high energy like that. I'm just very high energy like that. So, you know, me and Mrs. MBG, we laugh because sometimes I get these headaches. And guys, you tell me if this ever happens to you. Sometimes I get these headaches, and I'm like, man, this fucking headache is annoying. And I'll be like, I should take my blood pressure, you know, because I think to myself, like, maybe my blood pressure's through the fucking roof and that's causing me to have this headache. Because they say when your blood pressure's really, really high, the only symptom sometimes you might feel is a headache. I'll go to take it. It'll be perfect. It'll be like lower than normal. Like not like low numbers, but perfect. Perfect. Right where it needs to be. And I'm like, me and Mrs. MBG joke. And it's like, your blood pressure is good when you have a headache. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, what does that mean? Why is that giving me a headache? I think I just operate at like I'm just a high strung person, dude. I always have been. Every time I go into the doctor's office, they're like, you feeling okay? Like, I'm just not happy to be here, bro. I hate doctors. I got white coat syndrome. I do have a blood pressure machine. Yeah. I had to buy one years ago for both me and Mrs. MEG. Hold on. You said you were clarifying something about Sucker Punch helping SIE. Hold on. I tried to clarify and bring things back down. So did you understand about Sucker Punch making 2 great cinematic single-player games for under $100 million to help other SIE studios? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I mostly understand what you're saying, Mitch. Like how there's a lot that they should teach other PlayStation studios how to do that. Like how do you achieve this level of graphical fidelity and, cinematography and all that stuff and high quality with a budget that, yeah, I agree. I mean, if I were Sony, I'd be looking at them and be like, what's your secret? Because we need to share it. Shadowlink, you're saying that stuff isn't genetic. It's specifically linked to food and is solved, ironically, by food as well. Food for thought. Stop! Shadowlink, stop trying to get me to eat healthy. I'm just kidding. You're totally right. I know. I mean, truthfully, man, if I look at my diet over the 32 years of my life, I won't lie to you. I get worried that I'm going to be dead by like 40. I worry about that. Like, I get afraid sometimes, like, man, your arteries are probably cooked. Your insides are cooked. Like, you seem healthy on the outside, but you're not. And, you come across these videos sometimes and it freaks you out, but it's like, it's true where it's like, I'm listening to these videos from like cardiologists and heart surgeons and shit. And they're like, oh yeah, young people die of heart attacks all the time. All the time. All the time. And on the outside, they look perfectly fine. On the inside, they're kind of fucked. And I'm like, that freaks me out, man. Like, I should listen to you, Shadowlink. Like, I got to figure out what to do because I'm just too weak sometimes, most of the time. Like, I always cave, and I'm like, I'm slowly hurting myself here, man. Like, when am I going to get to a point where I can turn this around and be consistent? But I've been especially weakened lately with, when you're in pain consistently, you look for like smaller comforts and. Yeah, I've been bad, but you know what though? YOLO. Am I right? That means no more Red Baron pizzas. God, Red Baron's so good. Red Baron pizzas are so good. MBG, sec of war engagement, no politics. Xbox trash talk is authorized and encouraged. Toxic trolls will be court-martialed and launched into the sun. Keep it funny, not personal. Okay, so almost, Rich, you're so close. You're so close. The only thing, so you say no politics, agreed. Like, please just don't bring it on. It's just not necessary. It's only going to cause strife, and we're not here to talk politics. We're here to talk games. If you hear me bring up something here and there, I know it sounds a bit hypocritical, but don't see that as a sign. Just start going off in the chat about politics. Only because it's like I'll reel it in. I'll stop. I don't want to see that. I just don't want it. I don't want it to. I've seen where it leads. It's never good. So I agree with that. You're saying toxic trolls will be court-martialed and launched into the sun. Agreed. Keep it funny, not personal. So yeah, like I will add to that. Disagree. Discuss. If you want to argue the point. Focus on the argument. Yeah, don't get personal. The only thing I'm going to disagree with here is you're saying Xbox trash talk is authorized and encouraged. trash talk on any platform is authorized and only encouraged when when it pertains to the topic. You know, like don't just like if we're talking about like oh yeah, I'm playing fucking GTA 6 and it's great, and like somebody comes and is like, let me tell you why PlayStation's the shittiest shit platform of all time, or why Xbox is trash, garbage, dumpster fire. You know what I mean? Like don't let it become a complete distraction and stuff like that. Don't let it derail the topic is what I'm trying to say. Trash talk on all platforms is encouraged only because it's like it's going to happen, and I don't want people to think that you can't trash talk PlayStation here. You can trash talk PlayStation. You can trash talk Xbox. You can trash talk PC. You can trash talk Nintendo. I don't care. Just be fucking reasonable. Don't sound like a fucking idiot. Is that hard? I hope not. Make sense. Bring a good argument. Bring a good argument. That's all. That's all. Ray's like, keep it civil. And I'm like, fucking make it make sense, you sons of bitches. Yeah, I can't sit here and tell people to be peaceful while I'm like fucking, my blood pressure's through the roof and I'm raging. Armani Coleman says, I can't wait for Wolverine. I also get Assassin's Creed Black Flag resynced in 21 days. Who do you think will win? Wolverine's or Insomniac's Wolverine or Captain America? I think Wolverine, bro. Armani, I got to give that to Wolverine. I mean, seeing that gameplay, he's fucking vicious. He's vicious. Like, I think Captain America would put up a really strong fight for a long time, but I think Wolverine wins in the end, dude. I think Captain America says, I could do this all day. I believe him, but then the day is up, and then Wolverine rips his head off. So that's how I feel about that. Although I like Captain America. Huge news, Spider-Man 3 is indeed in development and coming in 2028. We're going to see it at State of Play 2027. I'm 100% sure. Boom! Lock it in. But ruthless trash talk of Xbox is encouraged. PlayStation trash talk, maybe. No, like, maybe. I don't know. I'll let you guys determine that. I mean, I just fucking went nuclear on Xbox, so it would be totally hypocritical of me to be like, no, don't do that. Do as I say, not as I do. I don't want to be like that. But look, I'm just saying, man, I'm just going to shoot straight. I'm just going to shoot straight. Somebody wants to come up to me, I'd be like, IBG, PlayStation's worse than Xbox. And I'm like, wrong. Feel how you want to feel, but you're wrong. Muhammad, you're saying your expectations for PlayStation, Microsoft, Nintendo in the next 5 years. So here are my expectations. I think for the next 5 years, Nintendo continues to do what they do, what they've been doing with the Switch 1. They're going to do it again with the Switch 2, and it's going to be a resounding success for them because it just works. When it comes to PlayStation, I think they will continue to find high levels of success, but the only area where I think they could hit a major roadblock where there could be some potential strife and problems is the rollout of the PlayStation 6. They have to nail it perfectly. And so my expectation is they're preparing for that, but it is impossible for me to predict what that outcome will be. And then for Microsoft, my prediction is they just continue to burn. And I know that sounds really bad, but like, I don't see a positive. I don't see. I'll put it to you this way. Microsoft is in a position where they have to make lots and lots of money sooner rather than later. I don't think that's happening. I think they'll have a couple of games, they'll have Call of Duty, they'll have Minecraft, maybe Forza, maybe Gears, and these games will make them money. Everything else is going to continue to bleed them money, including Game Pass. I think Game Pass gets wrapped up. I think day one on Game Pass gets wrapped up. Hardware is too far gone to be saved at the end of the day. And ultimately, when I say they're going to continue to burn, when the burning stops, what will be left of Xbox? They will be a publisher. They will have a platform. That platform will be mostly irrelevant, or at the very least, it'll be at the bottom, but they will be known for publishing. That's where I see Xbox in the next 5 years. And that can be fine. That doesn't have to be a bad thing, but that's what I see. You know, that's it. Guys, that is going to wrap up today's stream, though. We're getting awfully close to the 5-hour mark, and I'm really starting to feel the pain now. So that's my sign to shut it down. All right. I mean, I get it, Muhammad. I get it. Oh, yeah. Really quick, before we go, I got to play this song. This is the latest song from Gaming Survivor. Okay. Thank you. Kept it short. I don't know what it sounds like. Let's see. Why do you got to make it coming in today with the energy like, let's go? And he's like, I got to slow it down, MBG. Got to slow it down.
Xbox hurt themselves today. Watch the brand just fade away. Dusty shells on a silent tide. Fans all bleed, they hold their breath. Whispers of a console's death. Price of faith that can't be real. Empty hearts too numb to heal. Oh, the lost, the cold reveal. What's left to fear?
I don't even know if that came through. I can't hear the song. I was going to try to like drum with it, but I'm like, I literally can't hear it.
Dreams and broken plans. Once bright worlds now out of reach.
That's for my blood pressure.
Sold the box, they sold the soul. Ash to ashes,
They sold the
lost
soul.
control. Now the cost,
Break out the lighters.
it cuts so deep. Promises they couldn't keep. Price of faith that can't be real. Empty hearts too numb to heal. Oh, the lost, the cold reveal. What's
Price of
left
faith,
to
it can't be real. That's crazy.
What's left to feel?
That's crazy. Yo, the song's giving me Temple of the Dog, Going Hungry vibes. Yeah, instead of I'm going hungry, I'm going under, yeah. I've been streaming for too long. We gotta cut it. We gotta cut it. It's too much. I'm going under, bro. Oh, what the hell is this? I don't know what that was. We also have one more super chat from Armani Coleman. Thank you, man. He says, I'm so happy we got an extended look for Wolverine, so I hope you can explore a little bit. It's probably going to be like Uncharted, a lot of replaying. Yeah, I'm waiting to find that out, Armani. I'm waiting to find out if the game's going to have any like open, wide, linear areas where you can kind of do a little bit more exploring. They seem adamant on it's just pretty much linear straight through, but yeah, I could see it being maybe more like Uncharted, with some areas being more explorable. But I agree. Thank you, Armani. Guys, that's going to wrap up today's stream. Thank you to everybody who, 4 hours of pure crash out. Hit the fucking like button, guys. Yeah, thank you, guys. Really appreciate all the support. My final message to all the troops. No, really, though. Thank you, guys. I definitely try not to take for granted what we have here. Part of the reason I get so frustrated, part of the reason for the crash outs, not all the time, but some of the times, is because Shems is very confused, is because I really care about what we have here, and it means a lot to me. And, I've been doing this long enough that there are some really, really good people here. There's been disagreements. It's natural. Things change. Things happen. But generally speaking, everybody has been mostly good to me. I would say that honestly. And so, I think we can go higher. Like Creed said, I agree with Creed. I got to go. Guys, thank you so much. If you dropped any support today, memberships, super chats, direct donations, thank you all so much. I can only do this because you guys make it possible. Without your support, I simply wouldn't be able to do it. So thank you all so much. And I'm really glad that, my pain today was better, so I was able to stream longer. Hopefully that keeps up. If not, I'll deal with it. We'll figure it out. Also want to make sure to give a big shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps for the stream. If you see him with those timestamps, give him some thanks, show him some love. I know he appreciates it. Thank you so much for what you do, Devil Shooter. And That's it. Oh, before we go, though, Shems, he's like, wait, I got to drop a member gift. And that brings us to 38 guys. Who wants to drop a 12 bomb? Shems says he did it.
All aboard!
Wait, Shems, why are you saying bro? He's like, I just got here. I'm going to drop a gift. And I'm like, see ya. I'm out. Who's going to do it? Oh, my God. Whoever's going to do it quick, because I got to go. My neck feels like there's a knife in it right now. Anybody? We good? We're gonna close out at 38? Yeah. Well, Shems, here's the good news. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. You're gonna have the whole thing to watch when it's done. All right, man? So thank you for stopping by and appreciate the member gift. And yeah, thank you guys for all of your support. Hit the like button. And hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. That's my goal. Okay. Oh, you just dropped into... Oh, yeah. I was playing a Gaming Survivor song. That's what that was. Rich Rod's like, Shems, your membership gift will not go in vain. All right, that's it. I'm out. Guys, I'll catch you in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.